Hi, my name is Amy, and this is my crazy story of how I became my parents' rich favorite child after just being a stupid teenager. But before I continue, hit the like button and subscribe for more crazy stories. You idiot, my mom yelled at me. Can't you do anything right? Before I could respond, a voice behind me said, Of course not. I turned around to see Mr. Mason laughing at me. You know, not everyone can be as amazing as you, Nurse Janet. My mom giggled like a silly schoolgirl and asked him why he was here. Mr. Mason looked at her and sighed, I have a heartache. He never stopped flirting with Mom before they could continue with their gross conversation. I said angrily, Leave now. Mom yelled at me to mind my own business. Then she left with him. At home, I found my brother Ben passed out on the couch. He started to wake up as I came in. As soon as he saw me, he shouted, Make me a sandwich, loser. Make yourself useful. Suddenly, I heard Mom yelling her head off. I rushed out to find her screaming and throwing things at Dad. You cheater! How dare you bring her into my house? I saw someone else in the room. The girl, whose name turned out to be Anna, walked over to my mom and said, How could any man put up with you when you scream like that? Then, right in front of Mom, she started hugging Dad. You all right, sweetie? She asked. Mom was furious. She ran to her room, and 5 minutes later, she was already in a cab with all her suitcases. As she walked out, she said, That's it. I'm done with you and your kids. I'm going to live with Mason from now on. The very same day, Dad's girlfriend moved in. She started taking over everything and forced me to do all the chores. She said she was training me to become a proper lady. To make matters worse, with Mom gone, there was no one earning anything. Dad didn't want to work, of course, so Dad said I had to take over Mom's nurse job at school. I said, I'm not a certified nurse, Dad. But he didn't want to listen and threatened to kick me out. For a few weeks, I managed to avoid any major events. If anyone came looking for Mom, I'd help them and say Mom had just stepped out. One day after school, I was in the office when suddenly Paul rushed in. Paul was a senior and also my biggest ever crush. He had a huge cut on his leg. He was crying. He yelled, Burns! Then he fainted. When he woke up, though, he took my hand and said, You're pretty cool for a junior. I was going to be a nurse for the whole year if Paul thought it was cool. But, of course, the principal found out soon enough. He was furious and demanded to know why I had been lying to everyone. He even called my dad, who pretended he had no idea what I was up to, and encouraged my principal to suspend me. Luckily, I begged my way out of it. When I got home and confronted Dad, he said time off from school would be a good idea. There's lots of cleaning and chores at home to do. The next day, I went to school and found the nurse's office open. Was Mom back? I rushed inside only to be sorely disappointed. There was a new nurse. Her name tag read Susan. But she looked really young, barely a few years older than me. She also wore a very tight uniform. A huge line of guys was already forming outside her office. Amy, I asked her how she knew me, and she took out something from her bag. I gasped when I saw what it was. My diary! I must have forgotten it here. Then she turned to the boys, who were all making up fake diseases to get her attention. She batted her eyes and said, Will you all please leave us alone? Immediately, they disappeared. Susan turned to me and grinned like a maniac. She said I had to come here to work with her every day. She giggled and said, I'm just here for the money. I hate this job. I hate everything. I knew she looked too young to be a nurse. I refused to help her, but she said if I didn't, she would show everyone my diary and tell everyone how sickeningly obsessed I was with Paul. Just then, Paul came in. Of course, he'd heard about the new attractive nurse. She told me to get out of the office and she started flirting with him. The next few weeks were horrible. Susan didn't know anything. If anyone came in, she would just tell me to deal with it or Google the symptoms. I was so scared she would accidentally kill someone. This one time, Mr. Davis came in to get an aspirin. Susan just said, Oh, I've got the worst headache. Is it okay if Amy helps you out? And then she accidentally tripped in front of him. He ended up giving her a foot massage. Worst of all, the one person who was always in the office now was Paul. He had completely forgotten I existed. One day, she looked at me and said, How come you're never invited to any of Paul's parties? They're so cool. My jaw dropped. I looked at him in shock. He was inviting the school nurse to parties? Was that even legal? At the end of the day, I went home so pissed, and to my surprise, Susan was there chatting away with everybody. She was flirting shamelessly with my brother. I rushed in and demanded to know why she was there, and my dad said she was Anna's sister. I was shocked. Susan started laughing and said, "Your dad was the one who told me about the job. I was just having some fun with you." I was furious, and I started yelling at her to get out of my house. But of course, Dad started yelling at me and said if I didn't behave, he'd kick me out. The next day, I got to school and was immediately called into the principal's office. He started saying that I had really crossed a line. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Your stupid games may have ruined his life forever." Susan suddenly ran into the room crying and said she was so sorry that she had trusted me. I had no idea what she was talking about. She said angrily, "Oh, so you don't know what you've done to poor Paul?" I gasped. "Paul?" He said the nurse told him that I was so mad at Paul because he didn't like me that I had switched his aspirin with some different and way stronger medicine. Now, he couldn't move one of his legs. "You did this, you witch! You hurt my Paul?" As I was shouting, Paul rolled in. He was in a wheelchair. I rushed over to him and he yelled at me to stay away. "I hate you. I never want to see you again." I was heartbroken. I rushed out and ran home. At home, I found Dad's girlfriend on the phone. She saw me come in and started laughing like a hyena. Clearly, her sister had told her what she'd done. That was it. I went to my room, packed my bags, and left. Outside, I took the first bus going out of town. I got off the end of the line and looked for a homeless shelter. With time, I got a job and enrolled in a local high school. Life was okay for a while, but I was always really busy and short of money. One day, as I was leaving my job, a guy came up to me. He introduced himself as Martin, and he said he wanted to offer me a job. "I'll pay you a lot," he promised. I asked him what he had in mind, and he told me that he had an uncle who had been caught in a gold digger's trap. He said, "She's after his money. She forced him to run away with her, and she won't let him spend a penny on himself or anyone else." I agreed to the job, and he said all I had to do was help him expose her. I asked him to take me to them. He was psyched. He took me to his uncle's place. I had agreed that I would tell his uncle that I was her daughter and that she had abandoned me. As soon as I saw his uncle, though, I almost passed out. It was Mr. Mason. Just then, my mom walked out too. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were fighting. My mom was saying to him, "I would never cheat on you." They stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw me. "You!" he yelled at me. Mom started screaming at me too. She wanted to know why I was stalking her. "His nephew thinks you're a gold digger and wants you two to break up." Mason screamed at her. "So you're a gold digger and a cheater? I can't believe I ever loved you." Within 10 minutes, he had kicked us both out. Martin hugged me. "Thank you so much," he said, handing me an envelope full of money. Mom started yelling at me for trying to ruin her happiness. Martin looked at me in shock. He asked if I really was her daughter. I nodded yes. He snatched back the envelope and said, "Like mother, like daughter. Gold diggers." After that, he walked away. Mom was still angry and she wouldn't listen to me. So I decided to leave, but she said, "Since you're the reason I'm homeless, I'm coming with you." She followed me to my shelter and was a real pain the whole time. As soon as we got there, she dumped her bags onto a girl standing near the door. "Take these to my room," she said. The girl threw Mom's stuff on the ground and walked away. Then, my mom saw Mr. Dawson, the kind manager, and immediately tried flirting with him. His wife jumped out from behind him and glared at Mom. Mom took one look at her and stepped away. But the next day, she put on a red dress, went over to him and asked, "Do you need any help? I'm a qualified nurse." "Yes, your daughter was a very good nurse too." Mom laughed and said, "Her? She doesn't know anything." Everyone around us looked angry. They all liked me here and thought Mom was annoying. I dragged Mom away and told her, "They'll kick you out if you don't behave." But Mom wasn't willing to back off. She decided to follow me to work and told my manager that she was a much better server than I could ever be. I'd had enough. I yelled at her in the middle of the crowded restaurant and told her to get out. I had to ask security to take her outside. I went back to the shelter hoping she'd gone away, but I was in for a shock. At the shelter, there was someone else waiting for me with Mom. Dad. This was the last thing I needed. I started yelling at him and demanded to know why he was there. More importantly, why are you holding Mom's hand? Mom just sat there blushing like a teen. Anna ran off with my money. He wanted us to come back and live with him. I burst out laughing and told him he deserved it, but Mom was suddenly ready to forgive him. I told them to do whatever they wanted, but that I was done. The two left the shelter and moved back home. At first, they would call me every day to ask for money, and when I refused, they sent me a gift. One day, I returned to find my room completely trashed. My roommate was inside crying. I was horrified and asked her what had happened. She angrily looked at me and said, "Why do you keep bringing your crazy family here?" The door flew open and my brother barged in. He demanded that I give him money and said, "I've got a kid now. I gotta feed him too. Give me money or else." I was furious. I kicked him out and said if he ever came back, I'd call the cops. Then I decided to move away. I applied to a college far away from my parents' town. I thought the drama was finally over, but I was so wrong. On the very first day of medical school, I saw someone else I'd hoped never to see again. Paul. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up and started waving at me. He came up to me and said, "Amy, I'm so sorry. All these years, I've been looking for you." He explained that a few weeks after I had left, he had found Susan making out with some guy. When he confronted her, she said there was no way she was dating a guy with a bad leg. She also said she'd only pretended to like me because you liked me. I told Paul it was okay, and I was over it, but he held my hand and said, "But I'm not over it. I love you." I couldn't believe Paul wanted to be with me. We started dating, and after a few months, everything was perfect. Until one day, Paul stopped talking to me out of the blue. At first, I couldn't understand why he was acting this way. But then, one evening, I saw him at a college party with another girl. But the real shock was when I saw who it was, the nightmare nurse. I was furious. I rushed up to him, and before he could say anything, Susan cut in. "Get away from him. He's my fiancé." Then she said something even worse. "We have a child." I was shocked. Paul reached for me, but I pushed him away. As I ran away, Susan called after me and said, "We're getting married next week. Come see the wedding." On the day of the wedding, I got a call from my brother. I hung up the first time, but he kept calling and said, "I can't find my son." He said his fiancé had disappeared with their son. I asked him who it was, although I had a pretty good feeling I knew the answer. I had to stop Paul. At the church, the crowd had gathered, and the girl was walking down the aisle. As the ceremony started, my brother burst through the door screaming, "That's my son!" Susan gasped and tried to hurry through the vows, but it was too late. Paul pulled back and, well, long story short, they didn't get married. In fact, my brother grabbed his son and told her never to talk to them again. Hi, I'm Freya from England. Before you hear my story, like and subscribe to For Eve. I was born to super rich parents who were extremely competitive. They wanted to be the best at everything and would include me and my sister Olivia in the race to prove the world how great our family was. You're both learning to play the piano. Be ready by next week. The one who plays the best will go on a yacht while the other stays home. Got it? Yacht? It's boring. I'd rather stay home and write poems and stuff. Poems? Are you trying to give me a heart attack or something? Why can't you develop better taste like your sister? Perhaps focus a bit on playing chess? Or perhaps ballet if you want to go all artistic. Ugh, never mind. I'm sure Olivia's the one who's going to win the yacht trip anyway. Well, in my mom's eyes, I was never good at anything. My parents barely noticed me. But Olivia, oh, she was Miss Perfect and the most annoying. And for some reason, her life's mission was to always remind me that she was better than me. Come on, Mom. It wasn't like Freya ever had a chance against me. Tell me, dear sister, why are you like this? The only one I was close to was my grandma, who always encouraged me to do whatever made me happy. Grandma always wore a beautiful bracelet that jingled that her grandma gave her when she was a kid. She always told me how it brought her good luck and promised to give it to me one day. Once when I was 12, Mom and Dad wanted Olivia to participate in a chess competition, just because Dad's business rival's son was participating too. Olivia, I need you to win this one. There is no other option. We want to teach that guy a lesson. Our family is the champion of this town. I could have asked Freya, But you can't count on her. I know. Don't worry, Mom. I got it. I'll make you proud. I promise.
Whatever. It wasn't like I was remotely interested in pleasing Mom anyway. Although Olivia was good at chess, the pressure to win had her going crazy. She started drinking coffee and kept reading books about chess. It was insane. One night before the competition, as I was going to my room, I saw Grandma in Olivia's room hugging her. "Oh, sweetheart, don't worry. I know you'll win this one." "I don't know if I will. I am so nervous. Can I have this, please? You only love Freya and never even think about me. If you'll give it to me, maybe I'll win. Please, please, please."
"Oh, all right. Here you go."
As Grandma gave the bracelet to Olivia, I felt green with jealousy. How could Olivia get the one thing that Grandma promised to give me? She can't always win. So later that night, I sneaked into Olivia's room and threw the bracelet out of the window so no one could find it. In the morning, I woke up to find Olivia running around the house trying to find the bracelet. When she couldn't, she had to go to the competition without it. Later when she returned, I learned that she had lost. Mom and Dad were furious, but Olivia was more worried about losing Grandma's bracelet. She thought she was now jinxed because of losing it, and it made me feel terrible. I had always thought I was above all of the jealousy and competitiveness, but I wasn't. I was just like Mom, Dad, and Olivia. Maybe worse for throwing away Grandma's precious bracelet. So I told my grandma the truth, and she looked so disappointed, but she eventually forgave me and told me there was nothing more precious than me. One time when I was 15, Mom and Dad took us out to a really fancy hotel, and there I heard people clapping. It was a show, and people were coming on stage and sharing their poetry. Gathering courage, I also went to the stage and took the mic. The moment I opened my eyes, I know it's time to start the fight. I don't want to, but I have to. Can they never see that I don't want to? As I went on, people loved my poetry, and I knew I wanted to become a poet when I grew up. When I told Mom and Dad about it, they totally freaked out.
"But we wanted you to get into a good university and then become a doctor or something. No one is impressed by your sad poems."
I didn't want to impress anyone. It was something I was doing for myself. So I just started writing and would always participate with poetry groups and perform on the streets. One night, a boy stood in the crowd, and when I was done, he clapped the loudest. Every night I performed, I saw him. One night, he stayed when the rest left.
"You write the most beautiful words I've ever heard, and I should know." "Why's that?" "Actually, my parents are in the music business too, and, alright, I'm sort of a singer myself, but I'd die before asking my parents to launch me. Usually, talentless rich kids who want to be singers write their own lyrics, and it's always about breakups or how awesome their life is. But your stuff, it's deep. It's got soul."
Thanks a lot. So tell me, since you watched my free show every day, when am I gonna hear you sing?
"I do owe you a song, but it does look like you're making some good money off your free show."
Well, I have to make my own money. I can't take anything from my parents.
"Oh, I get it. Here you go."
The guy's name was John, and I knew he thought I was poor, but it was better than telling him I was from a family that hated what I did. Soon, John and I started meeting every night. We both loved sitting together as we read the verses from my notebook. It was something I could do with him forever. But then one day, he told me he was leaving.
"I got accepted into this boarding school for artists in LA. They have awesome programs for musicians and poets too. Maybe you can apply next year. I'm sure your work can get you a scholarship."
And I did. I was thrilled, but when I told Mom and Dad, they just rolled their eyes.
"Oh, God. Poets make pennies. Just take up fashion designing or something else. Why do you always have to be so difficult?"
"But Mom, it's my passion."
"Some passion that won't pay the bills. Fine. If you want to waste your time, just remember, we won't have anything to do with you. You will not get a dime from us."
As if I needed you guys. I don't need anything from you.
"Freya, I have always supported you, but this is madness. As a hobby, it's fine. But going to another country for, of all things, poetry? What will people say? Daughter of the richest man in England is a street-performing poet?
Oh, I didn't care what Mom had to say, but Grandma? I couldn't believe she'd taken their side. It was at that moment I just snapped. "You too?
Why am I surprised, huh?
First, you gave the bracelet you promised me to Olivia. Now you want me to crush my dreams and be my parents' slave? I can't believe this. I have made my decision, and I'm not turning back." I had to leave school in a week and no one was talking to me. But the night before my flight, Olivia came to my room and looked a little worried. I know I haven't been the best sister, but please don't go. Ever since I've been cursed, I can't seem to concentrate and Mom and Dad are always angry at me. Cursed? Gosh, was she still hung up on that? Olivia, I can't live here. And you're not cursed or jinxed. I was the one who threw Grandma's bracelet away. What? How could you? Do you even know how much it affected me? The guilt of losing something so cherished by Grandma? I was just so jealous. I wanted you to lose. I didn't think it through. I am so sorry. I want to be better. Oh, shut up. You think you're so above us all. But the truth is, you're pathetic. Olivia, I knew what I did was terrible. She was right to hate me. So I packed my bags and quietly left for my new school. At the new school, John was 2 years my senior, and we went right back to where we left off. We even started dating. But in his last year, he had less and less time to spend with me. When his graduation came closer, we broke up.
I have to move back to England. Mom and Dad need me to step up and handle the business. So, I guess...
It's goodbye? I guess so. I'll really miss you, but I know you'll do great. It was so painful to see him go, so I unfollowed him from all my accounts and poured myself into my poetry. When I graduated, I was determined to make it big. I released a book of my poetry while I was waitressing at a nice restaurant. I was so happy to be in LA and even brought Grandma to live with me. I had visited once on Christmas and we patched things up, and she realized how serious I was about being a poet. One day when I was at work, a blast from the past visited the restaurant. John, what are you doing here?
Freya, this is crazy. You stayed here after graduating? I never knew that.
Yeah, I think this city suits me.
It sure does.
After my shift ended, we sat and talked for hours. I even showed him my poetry book. He loved it and told me he could talk to some producers in LA and get me into the industry.
There's a famous singer looking to open this weekend. You can perhaps open for her with your spoken word and poetry. Your words? Kid, they got soul. Here you go, an advance payment check. All the best.
Outside the producer's office, I ran up to John and hugged him tight. I'm so sorry, I got carried away.
No worries. I loved it.
Saying that, he leaned in and kissed me, and I felt my heart somersault. A few days before the show, I got the most unexpected text ever from Olivia. Mom and Dad are driving me crazy. I want to meet you, sister. I'm in LA. Let's catch up. Olivia hadn't spoken to me since our fight, and even when I went to visit my family on holidays, she ignored me. Hearing from her was great. I invited her to the restaurant the very next day. I also called John and he was on his way. I really wanted him to meet my sister. I'm so happy you're here. Me too. So tell me, how did you get that show opening gig? I saw on Instagram that you're opening for a famous singer. How the heck did you pull that off? Huh? Oh, so that's what you think of me. Duh. Mom saw the post first and was somewhat happy. And it made me so angry. I learned some time ago from a friend that you were a waitress, so I just wanted to take some pics in this tacky outfit of yours and show it to Mom. Now I'll be her favorite again. Olivia, you are pathetic. I wanted to kick Olivia out of the restaurant, but right then John walked in and seeing us both, he looked shocked.
Olivia, what are you doing here?
My heart nearly stopped. John knew Olivia? But how? Oh, so you're playing for the other side now? Dating Dad's business rival's son? That's low. He is the one who beat me in that stupid chess game.
Freya, what is this? Olivia's your sister? You're the daughter of a business tycoon and work as a waitress? And that performing on the streets thing? Were you trying to make a fool of me the entire time?
This is amazing. Sister, you are successful and very cunning. You bagged a rich boyfriend to pay your bills. And I know his parents are into the music business too. Did they pull the strings and get you that opening act? And I thought you wanted to make it big on your own. But still, I'm gonna come and see the show to laugh at how royally you'll fail. Shut up, Olivia.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. You betrayed me, Freya. Why?
John, listen to me. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you the entire truth.
That's called betrayal.
Saying that, he left. That night, I cried my heart out to Grandma. I was heartbroken. I figured John would have my opening canceled at the show, but he didn't. So I decided to quit myself and return the payment check to the producer. When I got to the venue, I went straight to the producer. I'm sorry, I can't.
She can't wait to go on, right, Freya?
John was here with Grandma. What are you doing?
Your grandma contacted me and explained everything. Freya, I realize you never lied to me. It was just me assuming things. I've known you for quite some time, and I know how hard you work. You deserve this. You deserve to do what you love.
You really think so?
I believe so, but we're in a hurry now. I saw your sister in the audience with your parents. I believe she's here to see you fail. So go on and show everyone how good you are.
And I did. When I was done, I even got a standing ovation. I was so happy, and seeing John backstage, I rushed and brought him on stage. Let's do it like old times. You and me together. My words, your voice.
Yeah, let's do it.
It went amazingly well. When the show ended, Olivia and my parents found me. Olivia's face was red, and she couldn't even look me in the eye.
I still think this whole poetry thing is a waste of time, but you do seem to be quite good at it. Your sister is such a failure, but we are proud of you.
Thanks, but I don't need your approval. I do what I love to do. Olivia, you are not a failure. You are a beautiful, independent woman. Always remember that. Stop being Mom and Dad's puppet. Do whatever you love, whatever makes you happy. Saying that, I held John's hand and walked away, as Olivia and Grandma both smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up. That was the day I felt so proud of myself for every single decision I had ever made, from cutting off people to changing my priorities. Hi, I'm Agnes from Bellevue. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a maid at a big mansion, and we both lived in a small room there. It wasn't bad, but I always wondered what the other big rooms were like. Once when I was 4, I sneaked upstairs for the first time and walked into a fancy bedroom. There was a giant bed, and whoa, it was so soft and bouncy. I climbed up on it and jumped like crazy. Suddenly, someone came out of the restroom and shouted, "You! What are you doing in my room?" That was Mrs. Darcy, the rich lady who owned the house with her husband. I immediately jumped down and tried to run away, but I bumped into Mr. Darcy at the door.
What's this girl doing here? Isn't she the maid's daughter?
Yes, honey. I don't know why she's here. Let me check if she's stolen something. No, nothing. But can I take this bed? But then where will you sleep? So can I just jump on it one last time, please?
Oh, this girl is smart and cute.
He put me back on the bed and said I could play there for as long as I wanted. He was so sweet. But seeing Mrs. Darcy glaring at me, I ran out that instant. A few days later, we heard Mrs. Darcy was pregnant, and soon little Bella was born. Though she was 4 years younger than me, we grew up like best pals. And when it was Bella's time for school, she insisted that I leave my public school and join hers instead. And Mr. Darcy happily agreed. I was super nervous about the new school, but my classmates were cool and I made friends quickly. I was doing really well in my lessons too, but sadly, Bella got all F's in her exams. From that day on, I started helping Bella with her homework. Soon I realized something though. She wasn't reading or writing at a normal pace like other kids. I tried speaking to Mr. Darcy, but his wife would never let me near him. So when Bella got bad grades again, I went with her to get the report card signed by her parents. Mr. Darcy looked a bit upset, but her mom wasn't bothered at all. Come on, honey. She has years to learn. Relax. But, ma'am, I think Bella has some difficulty in learning. Don't bluff 'cause you got all A's. You're not some teacher. My daughter is perfectly fine. She even tried to prove it a few days later at Mr. Darcy's birthday party, announcing that Bella was gonna read out a poem for her dad. Oh, poor girl. She was stuttering at the very first line, and everybody was staring at her. I couldn't see my best friend breaking down. I walked up to her and took the mic from her. I think Bella is very nervous today. Come on, let's just read it together. And Bella whispered, I love you, Agnes. But this incident got Mr. Darcy's attention, and he came to school the next day to talk to her teachers, who told him Bella had dyslexia. That's when Mr. Darcy arranged for a special tutor for Bella, and I continued helping her with her homework and test prep too. Years passed, and she was improving steadily. Finally, in 6th grade, when Bella got straight A's, nobody was happier than me. and the Darcys even threw a celebration party. I was helping my mom in the kitchen when I heard Mr. Darcy calling out my name. I peeped out and he signaled me to join them.
Come on, Agnes. You're the real angel today. The one who understood Bella more than us and helped her always. This party is for you.
As he gently pulled me in, Mrs. Darcy looked furious. And in the photo shoot that followed, he literally glued me with Bella in every shot. It was a bit embarrassing, but holding Bella's hand like a sister made me quite happy. But suddenly, Bella shook off my hand and shouted, "Dad, I'm tired. Can we stop this rubbish, please?" And with that, she stormed off. What was going on with her? And the next morning, she'd just taken the car and driver and gone to school without me. I was too late to even catch the bus now. Just then, Mr. Darcy was heading out and offered to drop me off. During recess, I found her in the cafeteria. I walked up to her and took her hand. "Hey, why'd you leave me this morning?" "Get your filthy hands off me, you maid!" Wait, what did she just say? The whole cafeteria turned towards us, and Bella looked raging mad. "Why did my dad drop you at school today?" "'Cause you left me behind, Bella." "Call me Miss Bella." "Fine, Miss Bella." "And you call me, well, don't call me anything. I'm so disappointed in you." I pushed her back to her seat, but she missed and fell on the floor. I tried to pick her up, but she dragged me down and pulled my hair. We were wrestling on the floor with all the kids cheering around us when some teachers pulled us apart and gave us both a month's detention. I was so angry, I just stopped talking to her. Why had she become Mrs. Junior Darcy suddenly? Soon after, Bella's uncle came from Canada to visit the family, and she turned happy immediately because he was her favorite. One evening, I was sitting in the kitchen doing my homework when he came in, and he seemed really impressed by the math problems I'd just worked on.
Well, clearly you're a very bright kid, but do you ever have fun too, or are you always studying?
"Oh, no, I love to sing and dance."
You sing? That's awesome. Let's hear something.
He led me to the main hall and started playing a song on the piano, and I sang along. Mr. Darcy was very amused, but just then I caught sight of Mrs. Darcy and Bella's faces. They looked like furious dragon sisters. Later that night, Mom told me Bella wanted to see me in her room. What did she want? Reluctantly, I knocked and went in, and she started throwing stuff at my face. Our matching headbands, friendship bracelets, birthday gifts, everything. She went berserk. "Take all this trash, you devil. Why are you always taking over my life? First, you got close to my dad. Now my uncle, too? What? Look, I never wanted your life. Besides," but she just pushed me against the wall angrily. And that's when I saw a picture of me and her behind the door with dart pins stuck to my face. "You did this? You've become a frickin' psycho." "Mind your words, maid. You're talking to the princess of this house." "Going by the way you're behaving, I'd rather call you a witch." I pushed her away and left the room. I was super upset by everything. Mr. Darcy's brother was leaving the next day, and he said something that left me shocked. Turns out, he was a teacher in a Canadian private school for gifted kids. After knowing about my grades, he said he could have me study there on full scholarship and make living arrangements for me and Mom. It sounded amazing. I jumped and hugged Mom, who looked at the Darcys for approval.
Oh, wow. This is an excellent opportunity for your future, Agnes. You have to go for it.
But suddenly, Mrs. Darcy went ballistic. "No, she can't. She won't. How dare your brother just show up and steal my maids? He has no business doing that. We are already sending Agnes to a great school and giving her a good life. They are not leaving, and that's final. Not another word about it." Bella's uncle looked uncomfortable and quickly left, and I felt furious. Before I could stop myself, I shouted, "You've never liked me, Mrs. Darcy, and now you've made it clear that you don't want anything good to happen to me. I'm gonna leave someday for sure, and you won't be able to stop me then." I ran away before she could reply, and from that day, I stayed away from the family as much as possible. Soon it was Christmas, and I woke up that morning to see a beautiful dress on my bed. Mom said Mr. Darcy had sent it for me and requested me to join their party later. I didn't have the heart to refuse him. So I dressed up and went down that evening and bumped straight into Bella, who was wearing the exact same dress.
Oh, how lovely. You both look like sisters. That's why I bought them. How do you like the surprise, girls?
I smiled uncomfortably and looked at Bella. She was clenching her jaw.
Like the surprise? It's the worst thing you've ever done, Dad. I don't want to look anything like this poor loser.
Suddenly, she took a pair of scissors, marched towards me, and started cutting my dress right in front of everyone. Oh my God! Mr. Darcy stepped forward, but Mrs. Darcy got to Bella first and snatched the scissors from her.
Have you completely lost your mind, Bella? You could have hurt her.
Oh, now you're on her side too, Mom? Of course you are. I'm not surprised. I hate you all.
And with that, she stormed off to her room. What was frickin' wrong with her? She'd ruined the party for everyone. A few days later, we had the annual Parents' Day, and I was gonna sing a song. Right in the middle of my performance, the sound system got messed up and my mic stopped working. Just then, a voice started coming through the speakers.
Hi, everyone. Meet Agnes the Thief. She steals moms, dads, and sometimes the lives of rich people.
Holy heavens, it was Bella! I ran backstage and caught her red-handed. I jumped on her and started hitting her with the mic. When the teachers arrived on the scene, we were both suspended and sent home.
I can't believe you did this, Bella. I didn't raise you this way.
Yes, you're getting out of control. I'm thinking we should send you to boarding school.
Yeah, that's great. Send me away, because you have your perfect daughter Agnes by your side, don't you? Oh, come on, Mom. Why don't you tell Dad the truth now?
Wait, what was she talking about? I looked at Mrs. Darcy, who turned white as a ghost. What do you mean, Bella? You are my perfect daughter.
Enough of your lies. I can't hold this in anymore.
She ran to her room and returned with a piece of paper that she threw at my face.
I found this in the attic one day, which proves this moron is also your daughter, Mom.
Everyone looked as shocked as I felt. The paper was my birth certificate, and Mrs. Darcy's name was there as my mother. Stunned, I looked at Mom, who then told everyone that Mrs. Darcy had gotten pregnant with me before her marriage and had to hide it and marry Mr. Darcy. She'd given me to my mom to be raised in front of her eyes. What the frickin' what? I'm Mrs. Darcy's daughter?
I can't believe this. So my whole marriage is based on a lie? You kept something so big from me all this time? I can't even look at you, at both of you.
He walked out of the room and Mrs. Darcy burst into tears. I'm sorry I hid this from you, Agnes, but it wasn't my secret. But now you know everything, and you're one of the Darcys. You can choose to be with them, or... I'm not crazy. To leave a true, loving mom for someone who was ashamed to have me and hates me till now? Agnes, I don't hate you. I just pretended to be mean so that nobody would see how much I actually love you. I only tried keeping you away from the family so my husband wouldn't sense things and discover the truth. And I didn't let you go to Canada because I couldn't bear for you to be away from me. I'm so sorry. She tried to hold my hand, but I took Mom's hand and walked out of that house forever. Mom got another job as a maid and I joined the public school, and I tried to put the Darcys out of my mind until one day I got an unexpected visitor. Bella? What now? I'm tired of getting hated. And I'm tired of hating you, sis. She started crying. I'm so sorry, Agnes. I just got so jealous when Dad was always so proud of you. And I got more insecure when I found out that you're Mom's real daughter. But the truth is, I've always loved you as a friend. And isn't it amazing that we're actually sisters? Please, try and forgive me. I know I've behaved terribly. Please come back. She was like my little sister always, and my heart melted a bit. Bella, I forgive you, but I can't come back. Mr. Darcy probably hates me now, and I don't know how I feel about Mrs. Darcy. Just then, Mr. Darcy appeared from behind the door and took my hand.
Of course, I don't hate you. It was a huge shock at first, but I've forgiven my wife. I understand. She only did everything out of love for you. She misses you terribly. Please, give her a chance.
I looked back at Mom, who nodded at me and smiled. Okay, I will. The minute the history teacher walked in, a sudden hush fell over the classroom. She was an absolute terror. That day, she announced a flash quiz and immediately turned her beady eyes to me.
Annette, when was America's Declaration of Independence signed?
Oh, thank God. I knew that one. 2nd of August, ma'am.
Are you stupid? Everyone knows it's the 4th of July.
Oh, actually, that's not true. Everyone thinks it's the same as Independence Day, but she slammed her book on the table.
Enough. If you keep making things up, your nose will grow longer.
I never make things up, ma'am, and that's not true. Otherwise, all grown-ups would have very long noses. She looked like she was about to blow a fuse.
You listen to me. I'm big and you're small. I'm smart and you're dumb, and that's the truth. Do you have any objection?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think you're very smart. As soon as the words were out, I clapped my hands on my mouth. I knew what was coming up next was the nightmare of every kid at Fairview School. I was immediately sent to the principal. She was worse than Miss Trunchbull in the movie Matilda. Miss Una turned around in her high chair, and I shuddered. She was only 5 feet tall and always wore the most hideous pink clothes, and we all knew she was absolutely vile. So, Annette, why did you do that? Do you think your teachers are dumb? Do you think I'm dumb? I really didn't want to answer that. Yes, kinda. She walked over to me slowly, and I could see the fury in her eyes. Do you want to know a secret? I really hate children. I don't know how your mother can stand you. I'm calling her now. When Mom arrived and found out what had happened, she turned to me angrily. Are you out of your mind? You can't talk to your teachers like that. Mom, I only told the truth, and you should defend me. That's what good mothers do. Oh, you think I'm a bad mother now? Sometimes. Hi, I'm Annette, and no, I promise I'm not a rude kid. I just have a medical condition that makes it impossible for me to tell a lie. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom scolded me all the way home, but as soon as we got there, we were both shocked to see police cars outside. What seems to be the problem, officer?
Seems like your husband's mixed up with some really shady people. Have either of you seen this man around the house?
Oh, no, sir, never. I've seen him. I was horrified. Suddenly everyone's eyes were on me. I saw him last night in Daddy's study. He gave him some papers, and Daddy put them in his safe. And before I knew it, Dad was taken away in handcuffs. Mom dragged me inside the house. You think it's funny to say the first thing that comes into your stupid head? You just sent your dad to prison. Mom, I didn't mean to. You know I can't tell lies. I've had it with your nonsense. Everyone can tell lies. And with that, she flung herself onto the couch and sobbed loudly for the rest of the evening. I snuck off to my room, feeling like the world's worst daughter. I quietly crept out of the house early next morning and headed off to school. I really needed to see my best friend Janet. When she saw me, she came over and hugged me tight. Hello, Miss Popular Overnight. Everyone's talking about you. Everyone heard about how you talked back to the cranky witches. You're practically our new hero. And everyone was giving me fist bumps and high fives in the corridors. Was I cool now? Usually it was just me and Janet at lunch, but today it seemed like everyone wanted to sit at our table. A little while later, Monica, the principal's niece, came over. Oh, hasn't anyone read the morning paper today? Here you go. With that, she threw it on the table for everyone to see, and my eyes widened in horror. Splashed all across the front page were pictures of Dad being taken away by the police. Are you a little criminal too, Annette? Do you get the highest marks in class by cheating? Like daddy, like daughter. I felt so mad. Putting people down doesn't make you cool, Monica. It just makes you a jerk. And I don't need to cheat to get good grades. Try opening a book sometimes. It's not that hard to be smart. There was a stunned silence, and then suddenly everyone started cheering and clapping. Monica looked livid as she stormed off. Someone quickly threw the paper away, and Janet pressed my hand. Dude, I wish I could be like you. No one dares talk to Monica like that. You're so brave and cool. Teach me. Oh, I don't think I can. It's just the way I was born. I bet your mom is so proud to have a daughter like you.
Oh, yeah, really proud.
When I got home that day, there were police officers swarming all over the place again. The minute Mom saw me, she screamed angrily, "We're getting evicted, and they're taking everything!" And before I knew it, we'd lost our home and moved into the tiniest apartment. I even had to share a bed with Mom. She kept kicking me in her sleep all night. The next morning, she threw another bombshell on me.
If you want to go to college, Missy, you better get a scholarship. There's no way I can afford your tuition fees now.
Things weren't great at home, but I'd suddenly become the most popular person at school. Janet said that the teachers treated me nicely now because they didn't want to get themselves insulted by me. Everyone at school thought I was a legend. Since that day, the principal was after me with a vengeance. She just seemed to be everywhere, ready to punish me over the dumbest thing. One day, Janet was showing me this cute boy on Instagram who worked at the same coffee shop as her. As we were swooning over his pictures, suddenly, Miss Una's shrill voice nearly made me drop the phone. "Boys and girls must always be 2 feet away from one another. Do you see any boys around, Miss Una? Don't try to be oversmart. Detention for you both." I started to spend a lot of time in detention. I could only look forward to getting out of here soon. I started working on my college applications and scholarships, and all the teachers were helping me out. Except one, of course, the history teacher. When she returned my last assignment, I was horrified to see a big fat D on it. "But ma'am, this assignment was really well researched and..." She just stuffed her fingers in her ears. "La la 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 la." And with that, she just walked away. I was never going to get a scholarship without perfect grades. One day when I was studying in the library, I heard someone say, "Psst." I turned around to see that it was Monica. "What do you want?" "Oh, nothing. But I have something you want." When I looked at the paper she put on the table, I gasped. Final history exam. OMG, this is the exam for tomorrow. Where did you get that? Are you trying to get me expelled? No, I'm helping you get the perfect grade you want. I don't need your help. Take this back. What's going on, girls? What's that you're fighting over? I turned around in horror to see Miss Una, and before I knew it, she'd snatched the paper from my hand. "Oh my, look what we have here. In my office. Now." I couldn't believe the two had actually set me up. Miss Una closed the door behind her and turned to me. "The apple never falls too far away from the tree, does it? Just like your dad, aren't you? When word gets to all these colleges that you stole a final exam, you can kiss all your dreams goodbye." I was absolutely horrified. "You know I didn't steal that. You can't do this." "Of course I can. I can do anything I want. There might be a way out for you, though." "And what's that?" "You'll be competing in the Maths Olympiad tomorrow. The participant we have now is an idiot, and you're a stupid genius. I need that trophy while I'm principal. You better win it for me, or else." "How can I be ready for it by tomorrow?" "That sounds like your personal problem." And with that, she just shoved me out of her office. I spent the whole night cramming volumes of math books. The next morning, my heart was pounding when we made it to the competition venue. I really had to do well. My whole future was at stake. After a series of grueling oral and written exams for hours, the results were finally announced.
And first prize goes to Fairview School.
No one was more shocked than I was. I walked onto the stage in a trance, while Miss Una had already flown up there to receive the trophy, and she kept hugging me and saying how proud she was. The announcer turned to me and said, "We've never had a participant win by such a huge margin. Is there anyone as smart as you in your school?" Oh God, I really didn't want to answer that. I would sound like a pompous butthead. No, I'm the smartest.
Amazing! We can't wait to see what you do at the state championship.
Wait, what? I thought this nightmare was over. On the car drive back to the school, Miss Una turned around to me. "Start prepping for the state competition next week. There will be so many important people there, including the mayor.
I'm probably going to be awarded Best Educator." Her face turned really menacing. "You'll win it for me, won't you? And you'll keep that mouth of yours shut next time, if you know what's good for you." Janet was horrified when she found out the principal was blackmailing me, but I told her I had to do what she said, and she helped me study day and night till the day of the big competition. Our school was hosting the event, and the place was buzzing with excitement. I was just shaking in my boots. Hours later, the whole school had gathered in the auditorium to hear the results, and the crowd erupted into loud applause and cheers as my name was announced. I went onto the stage to receive my trophy and was asked to sit down for a few questions. "Annette, you must be so proud to win this for your school, and it must be amazing to have someone like your principal to encourage you. Would you like to say a few words about her?" Oh my God, telling the truth would ruin me. I saw Miss Una glaring at me with a stiff smile on her face. I had no choice. "The only thing I can say about her is that she's the most evil principal on the planet. She bullies everyone. The only reason I'm in these competitions is because she told me she'd ruin my chances of going to college if I didn't participate. She shouldn't be allowed anywhere near kids." The auditorium was suddenly filled with pin-drop silence. Just then, Janet rose from the crowd and shouted, "Yeah, she's a jerk." Another student got up and said, "I hate coming to school because of her." And before I knew it, hundreds of kids were chanting, "We want her out of here." Miss Una's eyes were about to pop right out, and she suddenly fled from the scene. Janet had made a video of my interview and the whole scene after, and it went viral. For the next few days, it was trending like crazy on Snapchat and Twitter. I couldn't believe it. We'd literally started a movement. The school board immediately looked into the matter and fired Miss Una. Fast forward a few months, and I've graduated high school with honors. I'm off to one of the best universities on a scholarship with my best friend Janet.
Hi, I'm Rachel from Pennsylvania, and I'm Amish. Please like and subscribe. The Amish community believes in a simpler lifestyle than the rest of the modern world, and this is reflected in our clothes and our simple ways of living. Some of us don't even have cell phones in the 21st century, including me. But I was always curious about the world and wanted to experience everything. Once when I was 5, I found a lost doll on my way to school. And in our culture, dolls aren't supposed to have faces, but this one did. I was thrilled to find it and took it to school with me. But as soon as I took it out of my bag, the kids screamed.
OMG, a doll with a face. Where did you get this thing from? I guess it belongs to some tourist who must have visited the area and... So you stole it from her?
No, she forgot, and just then the teacher came running. She took the doll from my hands and tossed it into the dustbin. But I wasn't giving up so easily. After school, I snuck into the classroom and took the doll out of the bin. And then I heard the teacher's voice. "What do you think you're doing?" The teacher took me to the principal, and soon the news spread across the town that I was evil. But my parents didn't care.
I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. I caused you trouble.
Oh, it's okay, honey. We know that you're a good girl who is just curious about things. You don't have to be sorry about anything, love. And then she hugged me real tight. But no one else liked me after that. Not much changed until I turned 16. And then it got worse. Because this was the age that girls in the community started getting married. And I didn't want to. I was confident no one would ask for my hand in marriage since everyone thought I was evil. But to my horror, it happened. One day I had some guests over and my parents told me, "Oh dear, Jim has decided that he wants to marry you. And even we think you both are a great match. So, what do you say?" Say? I didn't know what to say. I pulled the guy aside and asked him to say no. "No, I can't do that." "What? Are you crazy? They'll get us married if you don't." "That's what I want, Rachel. I've been in love with you ever since I saw you, and Rachel, stop. Please listen to me." He was a sore loser, and I didn't want to marry someone like him. I tried to talk to my parents, but they said it was for the best. Really? Now I had no option but to run away.
I left home and kept running until I reached the main road. And there, I saw a bus approaching me. The bus stopped and some kids got down. And that's when I saw the most shocking thing. A girl, just like me, was standing right in front of me. What the freaking pigeon? She looked just as shocked and walked towards me. Wow, you look just like me. That's so amazing. I'm Lindsay. What's your name? I'm Rachel. Well, Rachel, your clothes? They look so cool. Where did you get them from? I don't know why, but I told her my entire life story. And suddenly, Lindsay smiled at me and told me this crazy idea. Rachel, do you want to trade places with me? What? Well, I want to see your community, and maybe I'll get some time off my stupid life, and you get to live the life you want out there. Well, I was speechless. I was really scared to do it, but when I thought about the marriage proposal waiting for me at home, I said yes. Rachel and I exchanged our clothes, and it felt so different. All these colors on my body were crazy. Suddenly, the bus honked, and Lindsay told me to get on it. She hugged me and said goodbye and ran back towards the direction I pointed her to. I got on the bus, and it was all so weird. All the kids were calling me Lindy, and she seemed to be a super popular girl. But then suddenly, a girl came to me and slapped my face really hard. What the heck? This is the last time you kiss my boyfriend. You hear me? Her what? I was in shock. I'd never kissed anyone. But then I realized probably Lindsay did. I didn't know what to do, so I just went to the back and sat there. When we reached the school, a lady standing by a car waved at me.
Lindsay, how dare you go on this trip without informing me? And why are all your teachers telling me you're a brat? That's enough. Not another word from you. I'm taking away your phone, young lady.
My phone? I don't have a phone. Lindsay probably took it with her, and her mom looked furious now. She asked me to get into the car, and just as we reached home, she said,
"You sneaked out when you were grounded, and now I'm extending your punishment. You're not leaving this house for another week."
OMG, this was like back to where I started from. Lindsay's mom sent me to her room, which was mine now. And this room was full of things I'd never seen in my life. A TV, a computer, a closet full of colorful clothes. This place was heaven. And then I jumped onto her super soft bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt like I was kissing someone in my dream. But I screamed my lungs out when I realized it wasn't a dream. There was a boy in my room kissing me. He tried to hush me and said in a low whisper,
"Why are you screaming? It's me, Toby, your boyfriend."
Boyfriend? Lindsay betrayed her boyfriend and kissed some other guy? She was really something. Suddenly, he came closer, and I could even see in the dark how handsome he was. But what are you doing here this late?
"I come here every day ever since you've been grounded, remember? What's wrong with you, babe?"
He touched my forehead so gently, I couldn't help but melt a little. Then he took out a beautiful necklace from his pocket.
"I bought this to mark our first month together. Shall I put it on you?"
He was doing all this for Lindsay, who betrayed him for some other guy? For a moment, I started to hate her. I decided I was going to tell him that I wasn't Lindsay. But just then, I heard her mom walking upstairs.
"Lindsay, I heard some noises. Are you okay?"
Toby and I looked at each other, super scared, but he quickly ran out of the window, and both of our butts were saved.
"Were you talking to someone?"
No, of course not. I don't even have my phone on me. I left it on the field trip, remember? She looked at me suspiciously and then went away. A few days passed, and I was just stuck at home. All thanks to Lindsay, the brat. But thank God for Toby, who visited me every day, and every time I wanted to tell him the truth. But I was afraid he'd get mad and stop seeing me. One night when he dropped by, he got up to leave after 20 minutes. I asked him why, and he said,
"Babe, I play volleyball at the beach every Saturday night, remember?"
"The freaking beach?" I leapt up excitedly and said I wanted to go with him. He looked really surprised.
"But you hate the beach, and the sand, and volleyball. And you also hate my friends and never want to hang out with them?"
Wow, what was wrong with Lindsay? Oh, I guess I've just been cooped up for so long. I really just want to go out. He looked super happy, and we both snuck out the window. I had to stop myself from gasping when I saw the sea for the first time. It was so beautiful. I had an amazing time with his friends, and after his game, we took a moonlit walk on the beach. I closed my eyes to feel the wind in my hair, and when I opened them, I saw Toby looking at me curiously. He stopped and took my hand.
Lindsay, I don't know what it is, but something about you has changed. You're enjoying all these things you never do with me, and you even look different. I haven't seen you much without makeup, and I have to say, you're even prettier this way.
And with that, he pulled me in close and kissed me, and I just couldn't help kissing him back, even though I felt so guilty. I'd been so caught up with Toby, I hadn't even thought that much about Lindsay, and I decided to check up on her. I sneaked into her mom's bedroom one evening and took her cell phone. I found Lindsay's contact there and called her, but she just cut my call. I tried again, and she kept rejecting it. Ugh, this girl! Then I sent her a text message saying it was me, Rachel, and then she replied with a picture. What? No, this girl was insane. Suddenly, I turned around to find Lindsay's mom standing right behind me.
You're not Lindsay, are you?
What? How did she know that? Suddenly, she put her hands around my face.
You guys look so alike. I can't even tell you apart.
What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? And who are you?
My name is Sabrina. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never felt connected to anyone in it except for my sister, your mother.
She was my mom's sister?
At the age of 20, I got pregnant with twins, and I knew my sister could never have any children. So before leaving town, I gave you to her.
Wait, what? So you're my mother?
Yes, but that doesn't mean my sister isn't. She loves you more than me, I'm sure.
Of course she does. She didn't leave me like you did. And you're a terrible woman. I can't believe you abandoned me and thought of only yourself. I hate you. I just got up and ran out of there like crazy. It was raining heavily and I kept running until I bumped into someone. Toby!
Lindsay, are you okay? What happened?
I was so out of breath, I couldn't speak. I started to cry, and Toby hugged me tight and took me to his home. After some time, he gave me some hot chocolate to drink, and while I was drying myself by the fireplace, Toby came and hugged me from behind.
Lindsay, it's okay if you don't want to tell me anything, but I want you to know that I'm falling in—
Toby, stop! I turned around and he looked confused.
Is everything okay?
No, it's not. I'm not Lindsay. I told him everything about the switch and even that Lindsay cheated on him. You're a good guy, Toby, and you deserve so much better. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Toby stood there stunned. I hugged him tight and left. It was almost dawn and I decided I was gonna go back and stop Lindsay from ruining her life. But just then a car stopped in front of me and Sabrina jumped out. Rachel, there isn't a day that I haven't thought about you. It was really tough for me, but I don't regret what I did. My sister is a very good human being and she deserved happiness. And you, tell me, would you give her up as your mother? Suddenly, I realized that she was right. My mother was amazing, and I was so wrong to leave her like that. I turned to Sabrina. We have to leave now. Lindsay is getting married. She drove with the speed of light, and when we got to the farm, I ran to my house, and there, I saw Lindsay kissing Jim in the front yard. Lindsay, stop! Are you crazy? Jim looked at me like he'd seen a ghost and ran away like crazy.
Everyone was right. You're a witch. A witch!
What are you doing here? And Mom, I swear I didn't do it. It was Rachel's idea to switch places. No, it wasn't. You've got to stop with these lies and stupid things that you do. I can't believe we're sisters. We're what? Sabrina told her everything as she stood there in complete disbelief. Just then, Mom came out and hugged Sabrina. Oh, sis, it's been so long. I missed you so much. And then she turned to me and pulled me close. Rachel, my child, I heard everything and I'm so sorry, honey. I should have told you that I'm not your mom. No, you are. You are my mom and I love you. I shouldn't have fled without telling you. I like my life with you and Dad, but Mom, I just wanted to see more. You were always a curious one. Sweetheart, if that's what you want to do, you can have it. And there will always be a home for you here to come back to. As I hugged Mom tight, suddenly Lindsay let out a loud squeal. OMG, Toby, baby, what are you doing here? Did you come all this way for me? He gently pushed her aside.
No, I didn't, Lindsay. We're over. You can kiss or marry whoever you want.
He pulled me to the side and said,
I came here for you. You didn't let me finish my sentence earlier. I wanted to tell you that I'm falling in love with you. With you, Rachel. And if you're moving to the city, I'd love to ask you out on a proper date.
I'd really like that. And I love you too, Toby.
Move it, weirdo! I heard as I was pushed out of the line. I turned around angrily. Of course, Christina. I glared at her and said, Or what, you'll bite me? She laughed and said, Hell no! All I need to do is show you a mirror! At the mention of the word mirror, my knees began to shake and I turned red. I hated my weird condition. I was horribly, horribly terrified of mirrors. But before I could reply, Mark rushed up to me and hugged me. He said, Happy 16th birthday, babe! Christina started to laugh and said, Happy? Your parents were so happy they just dumped you in a stupid orphanage. Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm going to tell you about how I went from a poor orphan to a rich heiress. Anger rose in me. She was sort of right. Of all the kids here, I was the only one who didn't know her parents. Everyone else had someone or something. Even Mark's mom had left him a picture of herself, though he never really knew her. Mark turned to her and said, You want a piece of me, Christina? She smiled at him and said, I most certainly do, Mark. I said, Shut your trap, and dragged Mark away, saying, I have to show you something. In my dorm, I showed him my most precious possession and said, Miss Stacy gave this to me this morning. She said when I was left here, this was the only thing I had. Miss Stacy was the principal's assistant, and she'd hidden it away in case someone stole it. Now that I was 16, I could take care of it. Mark said it was lovely and looked expensive. I said, I'd much rather have a picture of my parents. I just wanted to know who they were. He jumped to his feet and said, I've got an idea. Meet me in the basement after lockup and bring this along. Then he was gone. At dinner that night, Christina put on her nice clothes and her sickeningly sweet smile as we all headed to the dining hall. She rushed to the principal's usual spot and cleaned the seat for him just as he was about to sit down. She then ran to grab his meal from the pantry. His meals always looked the most delicious. We, on the other hand, only got watery porridge. He then gave half of his steak to Christina and loudly said, This girl here is the only one worthy of treats. We all rolled our eyes. Thankfully, dinner ended, and I went to the basement. In the dark, Mark put his hand over my mouth and said, Shh! He led me to the door and pushed it open. Suddenly, we were out on the main road. I asked him what he was trying to do, and he said he knew a jeweler who could trace old jewelry back to its owners. I couldn't believe my ears and I hugged him. He said, It's my birthday present to you, babe. At the jeweler's, though, the assistant kept telling us to leave. Suddenly, a door at the back opened and a man stepped in. He asked the assistant who we were. I rushed over to him and said, Please, help me. Can you trace the original owner of this? The jeweler led us to his office. The minute I stepped in, I almost screamed. There were mirrors everywhere. Mark immediately pulled me in a bear hug and told the jeweler to cover them. Then he held my hand and said, I'm here, babe. I'll look after you. He asked the jeweler to hurry up. After examining it for a while, he told me that it was a precious antique, but he had no idea who it belonged to. My last hope of finding out something about my family seemed dead already. I was devastated, but Mark tried his best to console me as we headed back to the orphanage. As soon as we got back to the basement, a pair of eyes glared at us in the dark. And where have you been? But just as I was about to speak, I heard another voice mocking us, and I knew immediately why the principal was in the basement. Christina! She said, See, sir, I told you they were gone. Then to my horror, she told him that she'd heard me talking about some necklace. He demanded to see it and tried to take it from me, but I told him Miss Stacy knew it was mine. The principal was furious. He decided to give the two of us a week of detention. Immediately, Christina said, Oh no, it's not Mark's fault. She convinced him. I heard them. He just went to keep an eye on her. He shouldn't be punished. The principal agreed and dragged Mark away. Before she left, Christina turned to me saying, I'll make sure to keep him company for the time being. The next morning, as I waited for Miss Stacy in her office to be assigned my punishment, I could hear voices from the principal's office. He was saying, Don't worry, my friend. This land is as good as yours. I'll make sure that the old bat sells it to you. Just remember me when you build your hotel. I was shocked. They were selling the orphanage? Just then, Miss Stacy came in and said, Could you sort these, dear? But the very first envelope I picked up made me super curious. It was addressed to the principal. I opened it, and what I read almost made me pass out. It was by some woman who said she was the mother of one of the children here. But what was really crazy was that she'd written that the father of her child was the principal. The letter said, "Look after your child, Stephen, or I will ruin you." The next day, as I was working in Miss Stacy's office, a man came in. Miss Stacy immediately led him to the principal's office. Curious, I listened to what was going on. Pretty soon, I heard the man say that he had been looking for his niece. Having had no luck, he was planning to sell the orphanage. It was the owner, Mr. Douglas. After a while, I heard the principal ask if the woman in the picture was really Miss Douglas's sister. Then the principal said, "Well, Mr. Douglas, I think I recognize your heirloom. I believe I will have quite the surprise for you when you return next week." The next Monday, I had a plan. I was going to expose the principal and save the orphanage. Mark and I waited for Mr. Douglas at the door, but as soon as he came in, we were both pushed aside. Then Christina ran past us and hugged him, screaming, "Uncle!" It turned out that Christina was his missing niece. The principal had apparently recognized her from the picture. Once things settled, I went up to him and told him we needed to talk. But the minute the principal saw me, he yelled, "Get away from him, you shameless girl!" Then he told Mr. Douglas that I was a bad kid who snuck out at night with her boyfriend. Before I could get a word in, he dragged me to his office and said, "If I ever see you near Mr. Douglas, I will kick you out. Do you understand?" He then told Miss Stacy that I was to stay indoors the whole day. Mr. Douglas was overjoyed at finding his niece, and he decided to spend a few days at the orphanage. A few days later, Mark surprised me with a date in the orphanage garden. He said he hated seeing me upset, saying, "We'll always have each other." Suddenly, I saw something that left me shook. Miss Stacy and Mr. Douglas were behind the bushes. Mr. Douglas was declaring his love for her while she nodded shyly. Then they kissed. Mark and I started laughing. As soon as Miss Stacy saw us, she jumped out of the bushes. She then introduced us to Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas seemed like a kind man, and he offered for us to walk with him. I instantly accepted his offer, even though Mark was a bit hesitant. Just then, the principal came out yelling, "You beast! How on earth are you roaming around freely? And when you're supposed to be in detention? Miss Stacy, aren't you supposed to be taking care of all this?" Before Miss Stacy could respond, Mr. Douglas asked why I was being punished. However, the principal diverted his attention, saying they had important issues to discuss and that Miss Stacy would deal with it. I was furious. The principal couldn't even look at me without thinking of a punishment. I literally couldn't have a few happy hours, let alone a happy life. The next few days, I went around trying to avoid the principal and hung out with Mark until one day, Christina decided to barge in again. Christina said, "Come with me, Mark. I'll get my uncle to adopt you too." Against my better judgment, I begged Christina to plead with her uncle not to sell the orphanage. She simply laughed at me and told me that she didn't care what happened to the rest of us. Just then, Mr. Douglas said, "Don't say that, sweetie." Christina jumped and started giggling. "Oh, I was just joking, Uncle." But he turned to me and asked me why I was upset at the idea of the orphanage closing. I told him that while we, the older ones, could probably make it, the younger ones would be in a lot of trouble. They couldn't work or look after themselves. He looked at me for a minute. I felt nervous, but then he just left, saying, "This city isn't good for my family." The next day, the principal called me and Mark to the office. He said that we were behaving shamelessly, and he had seen us kissing. He yelled and said, "You two are setting a bad example for the kids. I never want to see you together again." Then he ordered us to leave, and as I left, I heard him tell Mark that for the next week, he was to be Christina's personal bodyguard. "You're not to leave her side, do you understand? Your job is to make sure she's happy at all times." Thankfully, something happened that pushed all the drama out of my mind. The next day, we found out the craziest thing. Mr. Douglas had proposed to Miss Stacy. They were having a party to celebrate, and Miss Stacy insisted on having it in the orphanage. For a week, we did nothing but prepare for the party. A few times, Mark would sneak away from Christina, but she would immediately find him, like some bloodthirsty hound. One day, I was sitting in the storeroom. The storeroom had numerous mirrors, and the principal had said I couldn't leave until they all were clean. I couldn't believe he had assigned me this, even though he knew how absolutely terrified I would be. Suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. I screamed, but then I saw it was Mark. It felt like I hadn't seen him in forever. I hugged him and told him I missed him. He asked me to wait outside and quickly cleaned everything. Then he leaned in to kiss me. At that moment, the door flew open and Christina screeched, "Oh, Marky Mark, come here. I have the most important job for you. I'm bored. Come watch a movie with me." Then she practically dragged him away while I wanted to gag. On the day of the party, I was looking for Miss Stacy and ended up in Mr. Douglas's office. On the table, I spotted something. I got closer and gasped. The woman in the picture was wearing the same necklace as me. Just then, I heard the principal's voice from outside the door. He was holding Miss Stacy's hand and said,
"Oh, darling Stacy, don't go with him. Stay with me. I love you."
Then to my shock, he tried to kiss her. She pulled back, slapped him, and ran away. The principal yelled, "Just you wait!" But I had another problem. The picture! I went to get my necklace, but to my horror, it was nowhere to be found. Just then, Mark came looking for me. He said,
"Where are you, babe? The party is starting."
I showed him the picture and told him I couldn't find my necklace. He said we'd discuss it with Mr. Douglas later. But at the party, while everyone was busy admiring how lovely Miss Stacy looked, suddenly a murmur ran through the crowd. Someone said, "What a lovely necklace!" I turned to see what the commotion was for and almost passed out. It was Christina, but she was wearing my necklace! Suddenly I was livid. I yelled, "What the hell?" Everyone fell silent, and Mark and Miss Stacy rushed over to me, but I was quicker. I jumped onto Christina, yelling, "You witch! You good-for-nothing thieving witch! Give me back my necklace!" Christina screamed and said it was hers, and the principal knew it too. Suddenly, the two of us were fighting. Miss Stacy jumped in to try and break us apart, but to my horror, Christina took out a mirror and thrust it into my face. I began to scream, and then everything went black. I finally snapped back when I heard a mirror break and Miss Stacy screamed. When I came to my senses, she was lying on the floor, hurt and cut. I stood stunned as everyone gathered around her. Mr. Douglas tried waking her up, but she wouldn't move. He ran around like a madman, yelling for an ambulance. The ambulance came, and Miss Stacy was taken away. Suddenly, Mr. Douglas turned to me and said, "You! This is all your fault!" I tried to explain, but the principal jumped in and shouted,
"You disgusting monster! Get away from us and pray that we don't kick you out after what you've done."
But there was no way I was giving up. "Not after this!" I screamed. "That necklace is mine, and you know it! I saw that picture. That woman was wearing it too. Who is she?" But to my utter shock, the principal said I was a liar, and he had never seen me with the necklace. Then he took Mr. Douglas away, saying,
"She has a history of violence, sir."
The two left, and Christina followed, crying. For the next 2 weeks, everyone was gloomy and silent. There had been no news about Miss Stacy, except that she still wasn't awake. The doctors had apparently told Mr. Douglas that Miss Stacy had lost a lot of blood and also had some heart problems, possibly due to the stress of our fight, and that he should prepare for the worst. But he was acting like a madman. Every morning he left and would only come back at night. I mostly stayed in my room, and Mark was forbidden from seeing me. The last thing he had said was the woman in the picture was Mr. Douglas's sister. The necklace was hers. That meant Mr. Douglas was my uncle, but he hated me. One day, he came back when I was working in the garden. The minute I saw him, I ran over to him to apologize. Miss Stacy was the only person who'd ever looked after me, but as soon as I got near, he gave me a look of death and said,
"My niece and I will leave this place as soon as Stacy is better. Don't come near me, ever."
That broke my heart, and I knew there was only one thing left to do. The next morning, I slid a note of apology under Mr. Douglas's door and left the orphanage forever. I got onto a bus and went to the next town over, where I worked in a local McDonald's. Even though I missed Mark, I tried to date another guy. Mark would be better off if he dated Christina. I moved into a shelter. Months went by, and then one day, when I got back from work, I almost fainted. At the door sat Mark. The minute he saw me, he ran over to me and dragged me with him. I protested, but he didn't reply. When he finally stopped, I was stunned to see who else was waiting for me. Miss Stacy! They told me Mr. Douglas and Christina were set to leave the next day. I told them, I don't care. He hates me. But they told me I had to try one last time, especially now that Miss Stacy was there to tell him the necklace was mine. We rushed back only to find the entire orphanage in an uproar. A woman was outside yelling at the principal.
"I want my child back, you monster!"
She was yelling at the top of her lungs that he had left her alone. I knew who she was, the woman who wrote the letter. Just then, Mr. Douglas and Christina came out. The woman jumped at Christina and screamed, "My daughter! My lovely daughter!" Mr. Douglas looked shocked and said she must have been mistaken. Then he stopped. He had seen Miss Stacy, and tears welled up in his eyes at the sight of her. He rushed to her and she said, "Sarah is your niece!" Mr. Douglas looked absolutely lost, and as Miss Stacy told him that she had indeed given me the necklace, and that, on the night of the party, she thought she had seen the principal put something in her glass, but she wasn't sure. But now she knew. She had been ill because of him, not because of me. She said, "After I found out he had stolen Sarah's necklace and I confronted him, he tried to kiss me and asked me to be a part of his plan. When I refused, he knew I was a threat. That woman really must be Christina's mother." Well, after that, things sorted out quite quickly. Mark and I started dating again. I told my uncle about the principal's call I overheard, and he kicked the father-daughter duo out. Even though I was still terrified of mirrors, I started to feel safe. My uncle even decided that we would stay there and look after the orphanage with Miss Stacy, who, by the way, I now call Aunt Stacy.
Hi, my name is Kylie, and I'm from Massachusetts. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my younger sister Daisy, and my mom, who worked as a cook in rich households to raise us. Once when I was 7, there was a birthday celebration at one of the houses Mom worked at, so she took both of us along. And while we were playing with the other kids near the pool, Mom brought a huge cake outside.
Kylie, can I see it from the top?
I pulled a chair and made Daisy stand on it, but to my shock, she took a handful of cake and stuffed it in her mouth.
No, Daisy! It's so yummy. You moron! You ruined my cake!
She charged towards Daisy, but before she could do anything, Daisy fell smack onto the cake, and she started snoring. Of course, Mom was fired, and we were thrown out of the party. But this wasn't the first time Daisy had suddenly fallen asleep like that. So we took her to the doctor, and there we found out that she had a condition called narcolepsy, which could be triggered anytime by strong emotions. Mom got really worried about her, and I tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, Mom. Everything's gonna be fine. I'll look after Daisy." "Oh, honey." It was then I decided that I was gonna work really hard to earn lots of money for her treatment. As years went by, I put all my attention to Daisy and my studies, and I bagged a scholarship to one of the most expensive high schools in the city. But the kids here were weird, and the craziest of them all was Fiona. One time, I saw her trashing her ex-boyfriend's car along with her minions.
Fiona, I brought this cat poop. It smells yuck. Why are you smelling it, moron? Throw it in the back seat.
I didn't want to get involved with these crazy people, so I walked away. But only a few days later, Fiona came looking for me in the washroom.
So, she's the smartest nerd around here, huh? Yeah, I checked all of their glasses, and she has the biggest ones. That makes her the smartest, right?
Fiona smacked her on the head and walked up to me.
So, whatever your name is, I don't care, but I want you to write my assignments for me.
What? Why would I do that?
Because I'm telling you to. Duh, and I'll pay you.
And given your looks, you sure need some help. I just pushed her aside to walk away, but then she pounced on me.
You witch!
We both broke into a wild fight, and then we were reported to the principal. Fiona was let go because her mom was one of the school board's members, but the principal gave me a stern warning. "You're an excellent student, Kylie. I don't expect this kind of behavior from you. This time, I'm just putting you in detention, but I won't go so easy on you next time." This was so unfair, but I kept quiet because I didn't want to cause trouble for Mom. Then a few days later, it was Daisy's birthday, and we were shopping for a dress at a boutique with a huge sale when suddenly Fiona walked out of the dressing room.
What are you doing here, loser? Don't you know this place is for rich people only? Security! Security! Throw this ugly duckling out.
How dare you talk to my sister like that? And this place is not your home.
Security! Security!
Won't work here. I asked Daisy to calm down, but she didn't. And sure enough, she fell forward onto Fiona, ripping her dress in half. Shoot. I held on to her and pulled her out of there while Fiona's minions took her back into the dressing room. Minutes later, when Daisy woke up, she looked really upset.
I fainted again, didn't I?
Gosh, everyone's right. I'm a weirdo. Hey, no, it's not like that, Daisy. You're gonna be fine. But when? Her question left me speechless because I didn't know how to arrange all the money for her treatment. But then I remembered Fiona offering to pay me for writing her assignments. Bingo. It was wrong, and I knew I could get into trouble for it, so I decided I was gonna write assignments for Fiona and all her other rich friends under a secret identity. I hired a junior kid to help me exchange those assignments for money, and soon I was making enough to afford Daisy's treatment. I told my family that I took on a part-time job that paid well. Then, one day, Mom came home from work really excited. I got great news, honey! The people I work for are looking for a tutor for their son. And since he's your age, I recommended your name. Now you won't have to work that part-time job. Well, I wasn't sure about it, but since Mom already told them that I'll be going, I had no choice. The next day, I went to the house she worked at, and I discovered that the guy I had to tutor was Nick, Fiona's ex-boyfriend. He wasn't just bad at studies, he literally failed all the subjects. Holy rabbits! Hey, you're that that smartest girl from my class, right? Oh, so she's a topper, and you guys know each other. That's great. And Nick? You better study this time, or I'm gonna cut all your pocket money and ground you for a month. She gave him a tough look and went away. Then Nick led me to his room, but he kept bribing me to turn down the job. But I wasn't gonna give in. Why are you being so stubborn? If it's about the money, I can give you lots. Are you sure? Because your mom just said she was gonna cut all your pocket money. Suddenly, he moved towards me and placed his hands on the wall around me. Oh, I get it. You just want to spend some time with me because I'm so irresistible. Ouch! Stop messing with me, because I'm not going to fall for your pranks. I wasn't going to be intimidated by him, but he wasn't one to give up either. The next few days, he kept bothering me around school, and then one evening when I entered my room, I saw him hugging Daisy. Nick, what the heck are you doing with my sister? Relax. I didn't do anything. Or maybe I did. I guess she just fainted after seeing my good looks, and I couldn't let her fall. Ugh, shut up. She has a condition. Just help me put her to bed. After we did, I asked him what he was doing here, and he said the most shocking thing. I want you to be my girlfriend. What? Are you nuts? I'd rather date a pig than be your girlfriend. Oh. But I think even pigs have standards, so... You chill. I'm not asking you to be my girlfriend. You'll just have to pretend. And then he told me how Fiona was going crazy to get back with him, and he wanted to get rid of her. Well, that's your problem, not mine. Now get out! But then he took out his phone and showed me a video where the junior kid confessed that I was the one who wrote the assignments for money. How did he get this? Guess we both have problems now. How did you? And why me? You could just make a real girlfriend. No, I don't need more drama in my life. I just need someone to help me get rid of Fiona. Oh God. After the warning the principal gave me, I couldn't risk getting caught again. So I said yes. Cool. But we'll have to do something about this look of yours. You see, I have a reputation. What? No, I'm not doing any... But he didn't listen to me and took me shopping. And then took me to a makeup artist to get me a complete makeover. The next day when I entered school, everyone was looking at me like I was some new kid. And guys came swarming in asking for my number. Leave her alone, you morons. She's my girlfriend. Everyone gasped, especially Fiona. I could see that murderous look in her eyes. The next few days, Nick and I pretended to fake date, and Fiona followed us everywhere we went. But one time when I was alone in the chemistry lab, working on my final experiment, Fiona came there along with her minions and swept away all the flasks on the table. You double-faced witch! You refused to do my assignments, and now you're going around flirting with my boyfriend, you gold digger. Throw it at her. One of her minions suddenly grabbed a chemical flask to throw at me. But suddenly, Nick appeared and pulled me away just in time, and the whole thing landed on Fiona. Ew! What the heck? Yuck, you smell like rotten fish. She threw up right there on Fiona's shoes, and Fiona ran out yelling. Hey, are you okay? Don't touch me. You got me into this mess, and now because of you, I'm gonna fail my practicals. I pushed him away and stormed out of there. The next day, I was all set for the teacher to announce that I had failed. But to my shock, he said my experiment was submitted early that morning, and it was perfect. What the what? I spotted Nick winking at me with a smile, and I knew it was him who must have submitted it. Later that evening, I reached Nick's home to tutor him, but when I went to his room, he was getting ready to go out somewhere. Whoa. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. Oh, that's sad. For you. Anyways, I'm going to a party and you'll have to pretend to teach me while I'm away. What? No! I'm not gonna do that. Okay then. If you want, you can tag along with me too. No thanks. I never go to parties and... What? You never go out? Like, ever? He looked at me in complete shock. Yeah, I just focus on my studies. Oh God, Kylie. The world won't come crashing down if you have some fun, you know. He pulled my hand and both of us climbed out of the window secretly. And for some reason, I was kinda liking it. When we reached the party, it seemed so much fun. The kids were playing games and Nick pulled me in too. We had to dance with our partners on a piece of paper, which was folded every time a team was eliminated. And by the time only one team was left to compete against us, Nick lifted me up in his arms and we won. Everyone cheered for us and suddenly some of the girls came and took me to the dance floor. For the first time in my life, I danced my heart out and I was freaking loving it. And there was one person I had to thank for all of this. Nick. I stepped out to look for him, but what I saw next shocked me. He was kissing Fiona. And for some reason, I felt so jealous that I just ran out of there. But when I went home, Daisy looked at me and she knew something was up. So I told her everything about me and Nick and the party.
Well, I already knew some of it.
What do you mean? I mean, the way you always talked about Nick. I had a feeling you liked him. But if he likes stupid Fiona, he must be really worthless too. She immediately texted Nick from my phone that I wasn't going to pretend to be his girlfriend anymore and hugged me tight. I was pretty bummed out, but what happened next crushed my heart. The next day when I reached school, the principal called me and my mom was already there. She told us that she was going to expel me for writing assignments for the other kids and helping them cheat. What? No, I didn't. We have proof, Kylie. And I told you it was going to be worse for you if you caused more trouble. And then she showed me the video Nick had on his phone. I couldn't believe it. How could he be so evil? I told Mom the entire truth and decided I was going to confront Nick. But on our way back, Mom broke down into tears. I don't want you to get into any more trouble, honey. It's not worth it. Those people are rich and they can do anything. So please, let's just leave from here. But Mom told me she didn't want to work there anymore and convinced me to leave the place along with her and Daisy. So we moved away and I got admission into a local school, but I worked really hard to get into the best university in the country. There, I met Harry and fell in love with him. After 4 years of hard work, I established my own startup company, and within another 3 years, I was a really successful entrepreneur. Soon after Harry and I got married, I had to move away to another city with him. I was really happy, except about the part where I had to leave Mom and Daisy behind. Sometime later, I was attending a large business party one evening and chatting with other people when I heard a familiar voice. I thought you didn't go to parties. I turned around and was shocked to see Nick? What are you doing here? I was invited to the party too. I live here now and I don't want to know Nick. Just stay away from me. I walked away, but he just followed me. Kylie, listen to me, please. Let go of me, Nick. I don't even want to see your face after what you did. What? What did I do? You got me expelled from school. What? You think I showed that video to the principal? It was Fiona. She was the one who took that video from my phone and asked her mom to get you thrown out of the school. What? I thought... When I found the truth, I tried to call you and reach you, but you never picked up. Yeah, because I was mad at you. You lied to me. I saw you kissing Fiona at the party. What? No, I didn't kiss her. She was the one who jumped onto me. What? Was he telling the truth? I don't know if I can trust you, Nick. But in any case, it doesn't matter anymore. High school was a really long time ago. I've moved on, but we can't even be friends. And with that, he held out a business card and reluctantly I took it and left. I had no plans to be friends with him again though, and I was more than happy with Harry. Or so I thought. Over the next few months, I was really busy with work and was getting less and less time to spend with Harry. And one day, I discovered that Harry was cheating on me. And when I confronted him at home that night, he went bonkers on me. He blamed his cheating on me, saying I was too ambitious and busy for him. I was heartbroken and furious, and I kicked him out that night. I was feeling really lost the next few days, and things got even worse when I discovered that I was pregnant. I just broke down into tears, feeling terribly lonely. I wanted to call Mom or Daisy, when suddenly my eyes fell on the business card Nick had given me that night. I just picked it up and dialed the number, half hoping he'd not pick up. But he did. Hello, Nick.
Kylie, is everything okay?
I don't even know why I'm calling you, but my family is far away, and I broke down into sobs, and he just asked me where I was and came running to me. And when I opened the door, he just hugged me tight. I'm here. It's all right. You're gonna be fine.
Hey friends, I'm Michelle, and I want to thank MSA for giving me a chance to tell my story. Ever since I can remember, I've been jumping from one foster home to the other. I used to feel like I was never gonna find my place. But then Miss Emily stepped in, my rock star caseworker. Miss Emily used to be a foster child too, just like me, and she always told me how she understood my feelings. On my 9th birthday, I arrived at my 4th foster home feeling a mix of emotions, but Miss Emily was there to calm my nerves. Nervous?
Yeah, what if I can't make any friends here?
Come on, you'll make many friends. You're an amazing person, Ashal. Your foster siblings will love you. Don't worry. And since it's your 9th birthday today, I got you a gift. Come on, open it. When I opened the box, I was stunned to see the prettiest necklace ever.
OMG, is this for me? Wow, I've never gotten a gift before. Thank you so much, Emily. I love you.
Love you too, kiddo. Come on, let's get you inside. The moment I stepped through the door, I knew things were gonna be different. First, because the house had 4 kids, all different ages. And second, the foster mom was really, really cool. She gave me pretty clothes, the best food, and the comfiest bed ever. But it was just a week in, and I felt the other foster kids being a bit jealous of me. One sunny afternoon, all the kids gathered to play hide and seek. I saw them forming teams and planning their secret hiding spots, and my heart sank as I stood there, unnoticed and left out.
Oh, look who decided to grace us with their presence. Must be nice being the foster mom's favorite. I think she's nice to everyone, right? Yeah, right. That's the reason we sleep in bunk beds, have to wear hand-me-downs and eat bland food, while you get to eat McDonald's and KFC. You're close to Miss Emily. That's why the foster mom gives you the royal treatment. So just go away. This is our thing, and we don't want to include you.
Feeling defeated, I turned to leave, and someone caught my arm. It was Maya, one of the foster kids around my age.
Cut it out, you guys. Seriously, what's with the jealousy? Michelle doesn't control what foster mom does. Oh, so you want to be her bestie? If you're so much on her side, you can leave too. Ugh, you guys are petty. Michelle, come on, let's play outside.
Maya and I quickly became close friends, and soon we were inseparable. She became my closest confidant, and I told her about my big dream to be a doctor one day.
And so you will be. You could be anything you want, Ishal. I really believe that.
Little did I know that our friendship would soon be tested. One day, our exam results were announced, and while I didn't get the best marks, my foster mom surprised me with her praise. Ishal, I'm so proud of your efforts. Let's celebrate your progress. I'll invite Emily too. She's gonna see how much I care for you and will be pleased and put in a good word at the agency. You know, maybe I can have more kids here. The celebration was awesome, but when I returned to my room after the party, my heart sank. My precious necklace lay broken on the floor, and Maya was collecting the pieces.
Oh my god, who did this? You? I'm so sorry, Ishal. It was an accident. I didn't mean for it to break. I was just trying it on, and it broke. I'll fix it, I promise.
Even though I was angry, I knew it was just an accident, so I took a deep breath and forgave her. However, the next day, the foster mom saw Maya and me trying to fix the necklace, and when she asked what happened, I told her the truth that Maya accidentally broke it. She was so mad. She said Maya was grounded for 6 months and couldn't go out with friends. Maya, can I help you?
No, just leave. Ishal, why did you have to be such an honest angel and tell her what really happened? You could have just said you broke it and I was helping you.
But I just told her the truth.
Don't try to be so noble, Ishal. We all know how you use your friendship with Miss Emily to get everything you want. I realize now you're nothing but a brat. All the other kids were right about you.
But Maya...
Don't speak to me again, Ishal!
Maya's anger ate her up, and our friendship took a major hit. But still, I held on to hope that Maya would realize her mistake and make things right. But instead, she went full-on mean girl mode. She was always rolling her eyes at me, would spread nasty rumors about me, and turned my life into a living nightmare at the foster home. It was like living in a twisted version of Mean Girls Foster Care Edition. One morning, I woke up to find my favorite t-shirt shredded to bits. It looks like it had survived a fight with a grizzly bear. Seriously, Maya, did you have to destroy my clothes like a psycho fashion critic? What did I ever do to you?
You think I'm gonna let you off the hook that easily? You brought this upon yourself, Ishal.
But I didn't do anything.
Whatever.
Maya's non-stop attacks never let up, and it felt like a never-ending storm cloud hanging over me at the foster home. Seeing how miserable I was, Miss Emily stepped in and promised to find me a better foster home. Months later, she came through on her promise and found me a new place. When it was time to leave, the other kids gave me jealous looks that made me feel really bummed out. As I entered my new foster home, a bubbly girl named Tyra greeted me with a wide smile and a warm hug.
I can't believe you're here. I'm so happy. I have always wanted a sister. We're gonna have so much fun together. Mom and Dad told me you were coming, and I've been sitting on the porch since 6 a.m. Crazy, right? I'm Tyra, by the way.
She was like a kid on a sugar rush, but I fell in love with her positive energy. Thanks, Tyra. I'm Ashal. It's great to meet you. In the days that followed, I realized I had struck gold. Tyra's parents weren't loaded, but their hearts were pure gold. Seeing how much they adored Tyra filled me with hope and made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Over time, Tyra and I bonded and became BFFs. Tyra was an amazing painter who had a passion for creative expression. Even though Tyra and I shared everything, from secrets to clothes, her room was always kept like a locked vault. I never pushed her about it because our friendship was built on trust, and if her room was her private sanctuary, I respected that. But one day, while we were goofing around in the backyard, something happened. Tyra's leg came off and she fell to the ground. It was then I realized Tyra wore a prosthetic leg. I rushed over, wiped her tears away, and helped her up.
Ishal, I didn't want you to see this. I have a prosthetic leg and it sometimes comes off. That's why I never showed you my room, because I take it off when I'm inside.
Wow, Tyra, you're incredible. I had no idea, but it doesn't change anything. You're still the awesome person I know and love. In fact, now I think you're even cooler. From that day forward, our friendship grew even stronger. We had each other's backs, and Tyra knew she could be herself around me, prosthetic leg or not, and it made our bond even more special. I thought life couldn't get any better, but boy, was I wrong. One day at school, I got selected for the hockey team. When Tyra's dad heard the news, he was over the moon.
Ashal, that's amazing. Congratulations, you're gonna rock the hockey team.
He was so excited that he started practicing with me every day. We'd go to the local park and work on my skills. But as we spent more time on the field, I noticed something was bothering Tyra. And one day, I asked her, "Hey Tyra, what's up? You seem a little down."
Ishal, I'm happy for you, really, but sometimes it feels like I'm missing out. I can't play sports like you do, and it makes me feel left out.
Oh, Tyra, I never realized you felt that way. But you know what? You have talents and strengths that I can never match. You're an amazing artist and have a heart full of kindness. Tyra smiled at me and hugged me tight, but when I won the championship at school, Tyra's mom and dad couldn't contain their excitement. They lifted me onto their shoulders, cheering and celebrating. But as I glanced at Tyra, I could tell she wasn't liking the attention her parents were giving me. I knew I'd have to have a talk with her again. But before that, fate threw another curveball my way. One day in the school hallway, I spotted a familiar face. It was Maya. Anger surged through my veins at the sight of her. "What are you doing here?"
What do you mean? You think only you can get a nice foster home and get into a good school? Are others not worth it? Guess what? A very nice and loving family has adopted me, and I'm living the good life.
Good for you.
Listen, Ashal, stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of your way. Understand? You better understand.
I hoped Maya would actually stay away, but man was I mistaken. One day, I caught sight of her chatting with Tyra, and my gut screamed, uh-oh, something's up. I rushed over, ready to confront Maya and set things straight. Hold up, Maya. What are you doing talking to Tyra?
Oh, just having a friendly chat. What's your problem?
Come on, Tyra. Let's have lunch. I walked away with Tyra, but once we were seated, she asked me about Maya, and I told her everything. The bottom line is, Maya is trouble.
Thanks for looking out for me, Ashal.
I was determined to keep Maya at arm's length, but one day, when I saw her with Tyra again, I was so angry. I was walking towards them, but then all of a sudden, the witch pushed Tyra. That was the last straw. Fury consumed me, and I lunged at Maya, ready to defend Tyra with everything I had. It was an all-out battle, an explosive clash. But before things escalated further, school staff intervened, pulling us apart. We were all taken to the principal's office, and when she asked Tyra what happened, the words that came out of her mouth shattered me.
It was Ashal. She pushed me and Maya and was just trying to help me, but Ashal attacked her too.
What? No, that's not true. Tyra, you know it was Maya who... Before I could finish my sentence, Tyra's tears and her parents' arrival caused a shift in the atmosphere. They saw their daughter crying, and their anger was directed right at me.
How could you do this to our daughter? We trusted you.
Feeling rejected and utterly alone, I thought all hope was lost. But just when I thought I had hit rock bottom, my guardian angel, Miss Emily, appeared. I told her everything, and she was the only one who believed me and promised she'd fix everything. After that, things got a bit tense. 2 days later, Miss Emily came to pick me up, and I thought I was going to be moving to my 6th foster home. But when I learned Miss Emily had adopted me, I felt like I was on cloud 9. I was so happy that I had tears. You're my mom now?
Yes, honey, I am.
We're gonna have so much fun. And indeed, we did have a blast. Emily and I went on exciting holidays, exploring new places and creating wonderful memories. We laughed, we played, and we grew closer with each passing day. Emily also enrolled me in a new school where I worked my butt off to achieve my goal of becoming a doctor. As time passed, I worked hard and excelled in my studies. I even received a scholarship to a great college. Following my passion, I became a doctor, and I chose to help people with prosthetic limbs just like Tyra. One day, as I was checking patients at the clinic, I saw a familiar face. It was Tyra. Recognizing me, she looked ashamed. I decided to keep a poker face and act cool. I worked on creating a state-of-the-art prosthetic leg for Tyra. When it was ready, she looked at it with tears in her eyes and finally opened up. Ishal, can we talk, please? I want to explain things. No need. But I need to. I was scared, Ishal. You don't know this, but I was adopted by my family when I was 7. Before that, just like you, I had to move from one foster house to the other. Maya made me believe that my parents would replace me with you. Mom and Dad loved you so much. You were awesome at sports. I became jealous. I was just a kid, and I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't want to lose my family, so I followed Maya's words. But after you were gone, she turned on me too. It was then I realized she had always lied about you being mean to her when it was actually the other way around. She made my life at school a total nightmare. I guess I deserved it after what I did to you. Tyra's words hit me hard, and suddenly everything made sense. I could imagine the whirlwind of emotions she went through, seeing her parents praising me while she struggled with her insecurities. It's okay, Tyra. We all make mistakes. What's important is that you realize it and you want to make things right. So, how about we try this on? Hi, I'm Hannah from California. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I was born to one of the most beautiful women in the world. Yeah, everyone thinks about their moms, but in my case, it was actually true. Everyone said so, and I was just like her. Dad adored us both, and we lived in a beautiful house. Life was good, almost perfect. But when I was 14, everything changed one day. I slipped on something on the pavement outside and fell to the ground. And when I woke up, I discovered that I had small scars all over my face. And the doctor said they may never go away completely. I was in shock for a few days. Once the scars were healed, Mom took me to the mall to buy makeup. But just putting on some concealer wasn't helping much. You could still see them. The next few days, I spent hours watching YouTube makeup tutorials. I studied the way makeup artists transform their faces with layers of makeup. And once I'd applied it on myself, my parents were stunned. Hannah, I hardly recognize you. But honey, the stuff will rub off when you play outside. True. So I guess I won't be doing that anymore. A week later, my parents sat me down for a talk. Hannah, we have some difficult news. Our company is not doing well, and we'll have to sell the house. While we're taking care of all this, we think it's best that you go to my sister in Seattle for a while. Honestly, it was a lot to take in, but a part of me was relieved. I'd never met my aunt or been to Seattle, but it meant a fresh start where no one knew what I looked like before. 2 days later, I flew to Seattle and a driver picked me up at the airport. Aunt's house was basically a mansion. I knew Aunt owned a skincare company, but I had no idea she was so rich. A maid led me to my room, and as I was unpacking, I suddenly jumped when I saw someone's reflection in the mirror. It was a really short woman with an unpleasant expression. Hi, can I help you? Help me? How would you help me when you've come to live on my charity? Wait, this woman was my aunt? She looked nothing like Mom. "Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt. I've just never seen any pictures of you."
Of course. Why would your vain mother keep pictures of me? All she ever cared about was herself and her looks. Judging by all the makeup on your face, I guess that's what she taught you too.
Not exactly. Since I'll be living with you, you might as well know. I took a wet tissue and cleaned the makeup off my face. Aunt stared at me, and then she started laughing.
Oh, this must bother your mother so much. She couldn't even stand it if she had a tiny pimple. She was obsessed with perfection.
Well, she's not like that now.
Really? I'm guessing it was her idea to get you all this makeup? Trust me, I know your mother better than you do.
With that, she just turned and left. Well, yeah, Mom had bought me the makeup, but it was what I wanted too. Aunt was just weird. And over the next few days, I realized she was really weird. She'd ask me to do the oddest tasks.
I only eat the brown M&Ms, so pick those out and throw the others away. Get me 6 blueberry muffins from the bakery and then pick out all the blueberries. I'm allergic. You have to read me 22 pages every night before I go to sleep.
I tried doing whatever she asked, but then one night she woke me up by calling me.
I need 3 apples from the tree down the road.
You need them now? It's 3 a.m. I'm not going, Aunt. And I hung up, but moments later she appeared in my bedroom.
If I were you, I'd do what you're told, Hannah.
I've been doing that, but I think you're just enjoying torturing me.
You and your parents owe me. They're nearly bankrupt, and I've been sending them money, and also offered to send you to school. So, I want those apples now.
I climbed out of bed and went out. I didn't realize my parents were in so much trouble, and I didn't want to add to their stress. I got some relief from her when I started school. I was looking for my class the first day when a boy approached me.
Are you new here? You look lost.
Yeah, I'm extremely lost. His name was Eric, and he was really nice. He showed me the way to my class, and as we parted, he said,
"Hope I get to see you around later."
Maybe Seattle would be bearable after all. As I was looking for an empty seat, a gorgeous girl waved at me. "You come and sit right here, new girl. I'm Tracy, and honestly, I'm the only person worth knowing in this class. Everyone else is boring. By the way, I just love your makeup." Wow, this Tracy was definitely full of herself, but she was kind of fun, and soon we started hanging out every day. A few weeks later, she proposed a sleepover, but it had to be at my house. Sure, but be warned, my aunt is weird. The night started off pretty fun, but then Tracy turned to me and said, "I want to know how you do your makeup. Here, use this to take it off and show it to me from the start." Before I could reply, I heard Aunt yelling,
"Hannah, I can't find my underwear. Help me find it."
When I got to her room, I found her sitting on the bed.
Don't show that girl your face without makeup. Ever.
Why not? And wait, how did you know what we were talking about?
Not important. Now listen to me. I own a skincare company, and I promise everyone perfect, flawless skin. I can't have customers knowing that my own niece is, well, not perfect. It will be bad for my brand.
So I'm just supposed to hide my face from my friend?
Please, don't make me remind you about everything I'm doing for
me and my parents. Yeah, I won't tell anyone. I went back and told Tracy I was tired and wanted to sleep. "You're not gonna take your makeup off first?" "Nope, it'll last me another day." Luckily, Tracy didn't push it, and I was glad to have her as a friend. But the best part about school was Eric. One time, he caught me looking at the track team's flyer.
Do you like to run?
I think it's something I could like.
I love running. Race you to the gym?
You're on. Suddenly he sprinted and I followed, but he was too fast. When I finally caught up with him, he was leaning against the water cooler.
Amateur.
I didn't say I was a superstar.
But you had fun, didn't you?
Before I could say yes, I wiped sweat off my forehead and saw my makeup start to run. Oh, no. I gotta go. I ran like crazy and only stopped when I reached the bathroom. I was able to fix my makeup just in time. But when I was leaving for home that day, Eric caught up with me.
Hey, why'd you run off like that before?
Before I could reply, a car honked loudly, and it was my aunt calling out to me. "Why are you here?" "I can't pick up my favorite niece now." "And who's that boy?" "Just a friend." "You're obviously lying. You like him. Well, don't tell him about your real face if you want him to like you back." "Maybe not everyone's as shallow as you, Aunt." "Oh, yes, they are. Trust me, I know. I got mocked for my appearance all the time. I couldn't change other things, but I could change my skin. And I really did with my creams. But unfortunately, you only have makeup, and that rubs off." She made me so mad. But what if she was right? Maybe Eric wouldn't like me if he knew the truth. But something totally unexpected happened the next day. Tracy had bought some new foundation, and she kept insisting at lunch that I try it. "I told you, I don't want to take my makeup off right now. Can you drop it?" "Why are you like this? It's weird that you never take off your makeup in front of anyone. It's almost pathetic." Suddenly, I felt mad. I'm pathetic? What about you? Is there anything even real about you? I'm more real than you are. Really? Are your eyelashes real? And what about your nose job? Is this even real? I tugged on her hair just for effect, but suddenly half of it ended up in my hands. Oh God, I had no idea Tracy wore hair extensions. Tracy, I am so sorry. You knew, didn't you? Yeah, I'm insecure about my hair. You're insecure about your skin, but I'd never take your makeup off like that. How would I know? I'm sorry. But it was too late. Everyone had seen me. They all thought I was a bully now and had exposed Tracy's secret on purpose. I tried to apologize, but Tracy completely ignored me. No one else was talking to me either, and even worse, Eric was being cold to me. Hey, it seems like you've been avoiding me.
Well, yeah, I have. That was a really messed up thing you did to Tracy.
I promise, I didn't know.
I'm not sure I believe that. How could you not know? She's your best friend. You're just not who I thought you were.
That hurt me more than anything else. I felt super lonely, so I just started having my lunch in an empty classroom while watching MSA videos on YouTube. It was the only thing that made me feel better. A few days later, I saw Eric going into the gym, and I decided I'd tell him everything so that he could get to know the real me. He hadn't seen me yet, and just then he started rolling up his pants. He had scars all over his legs. Suddenly, he realized I was right behind him.
Hannah, you weren't supposed to see that. Please don't tell anyone. It happened in an accident and no one knows.
Eric, I would never tell anyone. I wouldn't even have done that to Tracy if I'd known the truth about her hair.
I want to believe you, but I don't think you understand what being insecure about something feels like. You look so perfect all the time.
And then I wiped off my makeup to show him my real face.
Oh, Hannah, I had no idea. You're beautiful. Thank you for showing me.
He pulled me into a tight hug, and for the first time since my accident, I felt seen and accepted as me. The next day at school, I came with my makeup as usual, but Eric showed up in shorts, exposing his legs for the world to see. What was he doing?
Hannah, I wanted to thank you. When you showed me your scars yesterday, I just became less afraid to show mine. I don't want to hide them anymore.
I don't know what to say, especially because I haven't been so open about my own scars.
Maybe you can take your makeup off now. We can take this step together.
I wish I could, but I can't let anyone see me without makeup. I told him how my witch aunt had instructed me to never take off my makeup in public, or she'd stop helping my family.
We can keep it a secret, as long as you reapply it before you go home. She won't know, right?
At first, most of the kids at school didn't even recognize me without makeup. When they realized who it was, they were stunned. But I was surprised by how many people told me I was brave. Tracy looked shocked when I walked up to her. Here's my secret. Will you believe me now that I would never have let yours out on purpose? Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. I thought things were finally back to normal, but the next day, I was about to go home when someone told me to check Tracy's Facebook page. She'd posted a picture of me without makeup and a caption that said, "Guess Miss Perfect isn't perfect after all." Wow, so she hadn't forgiven me after all. I was gonna kick her butt the next day. But when I got home, Aunt was waiting for me, looking like a tiny dragon. "You want to explain this picture to me?" "Not really. You were wrong about everyone, Aunt. No one judges me for my scars. In fact, they think I'm awesome for not hiding them. And Eric thinks I'm beautiful just the way I am. They're lying. They're laughing behind your back. And you messed up big time by not listening to me. I'm gonna withdraw you from that school and stop sending money to your parents. Excuse me? What's this about you sending us money? Aunt and I turned around in shock to see Mom behind us. Hannah, has she been treating you badly? Why didn't you tell me? When I told her everything, Mom was furious. You petty, petty woman. As if you'd ever offer a single penny to anyone. I've been sending you money for Hannah's school. I know you've always envied me, but I didn't think you'd stoop so low and take it out on my daughter. And why would I envy you? I'm successful and have all the money in the world. Yeah, but you're gonna rot alone in this mansion. Good luck. Mom took my hand and we left. I was so glad to be out of that house. Honey, our business is doing much better now, and we even found a house. I came to get you so that you could see it before we bought it. I'm so happy things are better, Mom. But do you think we could move to Seattle? I finally feel like I fit in here. Mom looked really surprised. Yeah, I think we can do that. But are you sure? I thought about Eric and smiled. Yeah, I'm sure. Hey guys, I'm Joy from Belgium, and my story is all about how one little prank can change your life forever. But before we get started, please like and subscribe. Growing up, I was the only child in a family of artists. My parents were always busy with their creative work, leaving me with plenty of time to play the rogue. I was a little red-headed ball of energy, and from a young age, I loved to joke and prank my parents and their friends, whether it was acting like a zombie or playing dead on the floor. By the time I was 6 years old, I was already pulling the fire alarm for fun, cutting my parents' hair in their sleep, and secretly turning up the thermostat. Although I could be a handful, I was able to get out of trouble with my charming smile and big, pleading eyes. Surprisingly, I didn't have any issues at school either. Many of my classmates found me hilarious, and I had a talent for creating a fun atmosphere wherever I went. Of course, not everyone appreciated my sense of humor, especially the teachers, who were often the target of my pranks. But I never went too far, and they always forgave me in the end. Things were going great for me until we went to high school. Suddenly, my jokes started to seem childish and annoying to my classmates, and I became bored and stopped playing pranks. Around that time, a new student named David showed up at our school. He was a football star whose parents had just moved into our neighborhood. With trainers watching over him, clubs hunting for him, and a personal fan club of cheerleaders, David was the quintessential jock with a perfect reputation. I couldn't resist the opportunity to pull a trick on him. I started with some classic gags like shock pens, sticky notes, and even a snake in a can. But David didn't even seem to notice. Then I got more creative and put baby powder in his helmet, but it turned out that his fan club wanted to try it on, and one of the cheerleaders ended up getting covered in powder. Of course, it was funny, but I wanted to get him, so I decided to break out the heavy artillery. I set up slime buckets above the door of the locker room, and when the football team walked in, they all got covered in slime, except freaking David, who was the last to enter. But to my surprise, he started laughing so hard that I couldn't help joining in, along with the whole team. As expected, my prank got me suspended for a few days, and the principal made me clean up the mess I'd made before leaving.
Hey, I see you can use a hand.
Why are you helping me clean up the slime?
Because I'm a decent human being, or maybe I just wanted to talk to you.
What about?
Why, you don't stop trying to prank me? Did I do something to upset you? Or are you secretly in love with me and just trying to get my attention?
Please, as if you're capable of upsetting me. And ew, in your dreams, you just seemed too good to be true. So I felt like getting to you with a prank. You know, like trying to find out what your kryptonite is.
Wow, did you just call me Superman? And my kryptonite is pizza.
Really? Ugh, so boring.
And beautiful redheaded girls who deny thinking about me.
Are there cameras here somewhere?
Nope, but I wish there were, so I could relive how you blushed at my words over and over again.
I'm getting a call. I gotta take this.
I didn't hear anything.
It's on silent mode. Yes? Hello? Oh my god, my cat needs CPR. Hold on, Whiskers. I'll be right there. I ran off before things could get more awkward. As I sat at home the next day, thoughts of David filled my mind. Was I really falling for a football star? Ugh, so cliche. Suddenly, I got a text from an unknown number. Hey, look outside, smiley face. David's car was parked near my house, and he was waving at me. Don't you have some cool, masculine-y stuff to do?
I thought spending time with a pretty girl might be more fun.
You know, I still owe you for helping me clean up that slime. Let's go grab some pizza.
Be careful, Joy. I might just fall in love with you after this. I rolled my eyes, but my stomach fluttered. Maybe this cliche wasn't so bad after all. We spent the entire day together, and he opened up as a romantic and attentive guy who had a lot in common with me. Like me, he was hyperactive, which is why his parents enrolled him in football at a young age. Soon, David asked me out on a date, and shortly, we were together. As we walked down the school hallways, I noticed the jealous glares from his cheerleader fan club. The girls tried to spread stupid rumors about me or even prank me, but I just laughed it off. Soon, the cheerleaders even began to imitate me, dyeing their hair red in an attempt to capture his attention. But David only had eyes for me, and he made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. But 3 months into the relationship, I started wondering if David was keeping something from me. I knew he was very busy with his training, but a few times I found out that his football buddies had gone home while he'd disappeared somewhere else. I didn't believe it was about another girl, but something was off, and I started to be cautious. One day, a Tinder notification popped up on his phone. I couldn't read the message, but it made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to confront him about it directly because I knew he would brush it off as nothing, and I would believe him. So, I decided to create a fake Tinder account and play a prank on him. If he had nothing to hide, we would both have a good laugh and move on. I posed on Tinder as a young artist with a red ponytail and soon matched with David. We exchanged messages, and he suggested a date. At that moment, I realized he might actually be cheating on me. It was no longer a joke. Okay, let's find out who you really are, David. I wore makeup, a wig, violet contact lenses, and clothes to look like my fake Tinder profile. We met at the cafe, and he was in his best mood. To avoid revealing my real voice, I pretended to be less talkative. He led the conversation, but sometimes he would stop speaking, gaze admirably into my eyes, and touching my hand. And I was getting angrier by the second. It was time to tell him he'd been caught. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with curly carrot hair rushed to our table, and David turned white. What the heck, David? You said it was a one-time thing. Georgia, listen to me. It's not what it looks like.
Then what is it, David? You're with another girl while you're still with me? Before her, it was Francesca from the flower shop. Or are you seeing her too? How could you do this to me?
Please, give me a chance to explain.
As she stormed out of the cafe, David ran after her. My mind was racing as I tried to process everything. David was a womanizer obsessed with redheads? Me? Fake Tinder artist? Georgia? Francesca? Were there more? I needed more answers, and I decided to track down Francesca. It didn't take long before I found her, surrounded by gorgeous flowers that paled in comparison to her beauty. She was a knockout. By any chance, are you David's girlfriend? Yes. Is everything okay? To tell you the truth, Georgia asked me to check if he's still with you. Poor girl, I feel sorry for her. She's David's ex, and she's obsessed with him even now. She can't seem to accept that he's moved on and he's in love with me only. David was an amazing liar, and I felt angry at myself for falling for his stupid lies. I wished there was something like the cheating police and I could call to have him arrested, but it was only me, and I had to do something. So I chose the one thing I was best at. I was gonna prank David. While we were hanging out the next day, I spied his phone password, and when he went off for training, I posted on his Facebook from his phone. Hey bae, if you're seeing this, get ready for a surprise tonight. Winky face heart, 7 p.m. at the fountain. At 7, the meeting point was crowded with red-haired girls, and I was just as shocked to see the number. I saw some familiar faces, like Georgia and Francesca, who hadn't seen each other yet. Finally, David arrived. The army of girls rushed to him, and then suddenly stopped to look at each other. David stared at them all in horror, realizing he'd been exposed. He panicked and just jumped back into his car, driving away like a maniac. This was you, wasn't it, Georgia? You arranged all of this so I'd break up with him. You're such a crazy ex-girlfriend. What are you talking about? We haven't broken up yet. What nonsense? I'm his girlfriend. They all started fighting like crazy, and I escaped. I felt victorious about exposing the truth, but also heavy-hearted because of David's deceit. The day after was a really big football match. David performed horribly, and our team lost the game.
The other team was trash-talking so much today, just got to me and I felt distracted. Also, I think I'm coming down with a stomach bug, and I just didn't sleep much last night.
David, please, stop lying. I know why your head wasn't in the game today. It's because your cheating got exposed yesterday. Yeah, I'm the one who called all the redheads there. I described my investigation, and he broke down in tears.
Joy, please don't give up on me. I care about all my girls, and I never meant to hurt you. Love just happens, you know? But you're the only one who truly knows the real me, and I feel closer to you than anyone else. Please, let's work this out.
David, you should work this out with a therapist, not me. But firstly, they all deserve the truth and an apology. You'll feel better once you're honest. And as for us, it's too late. I can't trust you anymore. Soon, the whole school seemed to know. The cheerleaders were giving me smug grins, and David's football team looked angry at me for making him perform badly at the big match. Suddenly, I found myself at the center of unwanted attention and began searching for a way to escape it and process everything that had happened. Fortunately, Georgia set up an online club for girls who were hurt by David. We all shared our stories and found out that David had been dating multiple red-haired girls for years, even proposing to some of them. I shared my story too, and it felt good to let it out. The girls even encouraged me to share it on the MSA channel, but I needed some offline support too. So I reached out to Georgia and Francesca. We kept meeting regularly, and slowly, we became good friends. We all went public with our story in a magazine article, and it gained a lot of attention. David was getting plenty of negativity, so he publicly apologized and said he'd get therapy for his issues. Well, clearly it didn't work, because years later, when he'd become a famous footballer and married a beautiful singer, she exposed his cheating publicly, divorced him, and left him almost penniless. Finally, David got what he really deserved. Yeah. Also, you can tell that I had a talent for acting, which I went on to pursue at a prestigious school. You see, Georgia had an older brother, Chase, who had the same curly red hair as her. When I first met him, he pulled a classic prank on us, switching the sugar and salt in our tea. Francesca spat it out and looked mad, but I couldn't help laughing. You better watch out, or you'll wake up the pranking dragon in me. Challenge accepted. From that day on, Chase always found a way to be around us, and we had a blast playing pranks on each other. One day at the premiere of my first feature film, Chase said he had to talk to me about something important.
I'm so proud of you, and you fill up my life with joy, Joy. I'm in love with you.
Chase, wow, I think I feel the same way. I'm in love with you too.
Oh my God, Joy, what? I was just joking.
What? Yeah, me too. Duh.
Okay, I'm kidding now. The first one wasn't a joke. I do love you.
I'm gonna kill you. Hi, I'm Elisa. I'm the eldest of 3 daughters and clearly Mom's favorite. I don't think any mom on this planet has ever loved a daughter like mine loves me. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom loved me more than my sisters because I was smart and, well, they were kinda dumb. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom started screaming at them at the parent-teacher meeting because they'd failed every subject. Why are you such dummies? What have I done wrong that God is punishing me by giving me daughters like you? But when my turn came, my teachers couldn't stop praising me. Yes, I thank God every day for giving me a daughter like Elisa. Her sisters are such an embarrassment. Suddenly, Bella grabbed a chair and flung it at me, and it missed me by an inch. Mom grounded her and said she couldn't have dinner that night till she wrote, "Please forgive me, dear sister," 1,000 times. But when Bella gave me the paper, it said, "I'll get you next time, witch." One day, some guests were coming over, and Mom asked me to make my amazing lemonade. When I served it to them, they all took one sip and spat it out, coughing like crazy.
Good God, that's disgusting. It tastes like soap.
Wait, what? That Bella must have done something to it.
See, Mom? I keep telling you, Elisa hates you. I don't know why you love her. I can do everything better.
Shut up, Bella. Elisa just made a mistake. I mean, she's perfect. Even perfect people can make mistakes sometimes. Go be useful for once and go get us some coffee. Elisa, darling, you can go back to studying now. Bella looked livid. While the rest weren't watching, she spat in my face. I tried to push her away, but she ran off. What a witch! But thank God, Vienna was nothing like her. She and I were really close, and while I was busy studying, she was always taking care of me. I adored her. When I was in the 8th grade, I'd saved up my pocket money for months trying to buy Mom a lovely sweater for Christmas, and she loved it. But when I went downstairs the next morning, I found Bella warming her hands in front of the fire, and Mom's sweater was burning in the flames. Oh my God, Bella, what did you do? I was cold and we were out of wood. And I like watching things burn. And I hate you. And I hate Mom. Maybe one day I'll set your hair on fire while you're both sleeping. I just snapped and attacked her. As we were wrestling on the floor, Mom and Vienna came running in, and when Mom found out, she totally lost it. Bella, you're a mother's worst nightmare. You don't have looks or brains or any good qualities.
And you're so jealous of your sister because you'll never be what she is. You'll always be a failure. I'm going to send you away to your aunt. I was really mad at Bella, but I didn't want that. No, Mom, please don't. We're a family and we have to stay together. I forgive her, okay?
I don't remember asking you for forgiveness, witch.
Bella pushed past me and stormed out. Mom wept for hours over her sweater. After Mom's threat to send her away, Bella was careful not to do something too obvious, but I could just sense her hatred grow. I always had a feeling she was plotting against the rest of us. When I was in the 11th grade, we had a cousin's wedding to attend, and I was her maid of honor. As soon as we entered the hall, our relatives surrounded us. "Oh, Elisa, darling, I want you to meet my daughter. I'm always saying I want her to be just like you. We hear all about your wonderful achievements from your mother. Your daughter is a little Einstein, isn't she?" Mom and Vienna beamed at me proudly, but Bella's lips curled into an evil smile. As she walked past me, she accidentally stepped on my foot.
Little Einstein, my bud. They'll see who the real genius is one day.
What a psycho she was! The bride handed me the wedding rings for safekeeping till the ceremony started. Just then, I realized that Vienna was nowhere to be seen. I was looking for her all over the building when suddenly, I heard a faint sound from a storage room. I opened the door to find Vienna on the floor, and she was crying. OMG, what happened? Oh, Elisa, thank God you're here. I asked someone where the bathroom was, and they sent me here. Then I tripped over something and sprained my ankle really badly. I can't walk. As I helped her up, we suddenly heard the door slam shut behind us, and the lock clicked. No matter how hard I pulled, it just wouldn't open. We kept banging on the door and shouting, but no one heard us. Hours later, the door suddenly burst open, and we saw a policeman standing there with all my relatives behind them. And my cousin leapt forward and started pulling my hair. "Elisa, you witch! Where are my rings? You ruined my wedding!" Turns out, my cousin thought I'd run away with the rings like some thief. And the wedding didn't happen because everyone had been out looking for me. All our relatives were glaring at me like I was some kind of criminal. I had no way to prove it, but of course, I knew Bella was behind sending Vienna to the storeroom and locking us up. A few weeks later, Mom came to me one morning and told me about a national-level science competition with a first prize of $50,000. She asked me to participate, and I signed up immediately. I studied hard for weeks. More than winning the prize, I just cared about making Mom's wishes come true. Weeks later, Mom came running up to me with the news that I'd won the competition. While we were hugging, Bella turned up and said,
You're jumping for joy just like Elisa is gonna give you all the money. Poor dumb Mom.
"Shut up, Bella. As if I even want my baby's money. It's all for her career. She's going to become a great scientist, remember? Maybe she'll hire you as a cleaner for her science lab. Now, Elisa, it says here in the letter that the prize money will be sent in a couple of months, so you'll have to wait a little." Well, seeing Mom so happy, I'd already achieved what I wanted. I had applied for NASA's Junior Space Program, and I was over the moon when I was selected for a 3-month course. Of course, I expected Mom to burst with joy, but when she got home, she had some shocking news to share. She'd been laid off from work. "I'm so sorry to ruin your amazing news. This should be a really happy day, and I'm so proud of you. But how will I manage without a job? How will I send you to the program?" "Mom, it's a fully paid scholarship, so you don't have to worry about me at all. And the prize money will be here soon too, and you can use it all for your expenses." "Oh, darling, I couldn't possibly do that. I'll start looking for a job right away, but thank you for being the most amazing daughter in the world." The day I was leaving, Bella wasn't even around to see me off. Mom, Vienna, and I exchanged teary goodbyes, and I left for the airport. I only had my small savings for the next 3 months, so I'd just have 1 meal a day and not spend on anything else. I just couldn't ask Mom for more money. I was done with my course a few days earlier than I'd expected. I bought gifts for my family and decided to go home without telling them I was coming sooner.
I'm so glad the prize money came before Elisa did. Oh, Mom, you're just wonderful. How you've made that genius a fool all these years.
Yes, baby. I am the only one with Einstein's mind. but you're really good too.
Hey, have you guys forgotten me?
Of course not, darling. You're the worst. Your acting is an Oscar-worthy performance. The way you made her believe you're her sweet little sister. I'm so proud of you.
She has no idea how much I hate her. What a moron!
Yes, she is a moron, and so was her mom. And your father, too. He left the child of his affair on my hands and thought I'd raise her like a princess for nothing?
She's about to get back in a few days. Ugh.
Oh, don't worry. She'll go away to some university on a scholarship, of course. After that, she'll be too busy working like a donkey all her life, and we'll sit back and enjoy.
When I got home, I unlocked the door and let myself in. Mom, Vienna, I'm home, guys.
The two came running down the stairs and flung their arms around me.
Elisa, I've missed you so much.
Oh, darling, I can hardly believe my eyes. You have no idea how I've lived without you these past months.
I was so restless to see you too, Mom.
I gave them their gifts, which they both loved. Bella just tossed hers in the dustbin and walked off angrily without a word.
I'm just gonna go put my things in my room.
What's the rush, Elisa? Just relax for a bit.
I'll just be back in a minute.
When I entered my room, I was shocked to see money everywhere. The others had followed me upstairs, and they said my prize money had arrived just today.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to deposit this money in my bank right now.
But is that necessary, dear? I'll just keep it safe at home.
Mom, we really need this money, so I just can't take any risks. Just let me know whenever you want it for anything. When I came home, Mom took us all out for an amazing dinner, and I was just so happy to be back with my family.
A week later, I heard Mom screaming hysterically at someone one morning, and I ran downstairs to find some policemen. Are you out of your mind? How dare you tell me I'm trespassing? I'm on my own property. This is my house. Ma'am, this notice clearly states that you and your daughters Vienna and Bella are living here illegally, and the rightful owner is Miss Elisa.
Oh, hello. That's me. And yes, Mom, it's true, but you already knew that, right? See, I talked to Dad's lawyer and saw his will. It turns out that this house is in my name. So I suggest you do what the nice officers are saying and just leave.
Elisa, how can you talk to me like that? I was going to tell you about the house one day, of course. Why have you turned against me, my darling?
Because I found out you've been against me from the very start. When I came back from my internship, I heard you all talking in my room. I was standing outside and I heard everything.
No, you misunderstood us.
Elisa, let me explain. Just stop this acting now. It's all over. I guess Dad knew you wouldn't take care of me too, Mom. So he decided to do it himself by leaving me this house. I really loved you and would have done anything to make you happy. You played me for a fool, but you made a mistake. I'm good-hearted, but not a fool. They all went down on their knees and begged me for forgiveness, but I just had the policeman throw them out. Soon after, I sold off the house and went where they'd never find me again. I've left everything and everyone in my past behind me, and now I'm living my best life.
Hi, I'm Julia from New York City. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I can remember, I've never had a day of peace in my life thanks to my older twin sisters, Tina and Sophia. They were 10 years older, famous models just like my mom, and they loved annoying me. On my 6th birthday, Mom gave me a pet piglet, but it went missing a few weeks later on Thanksgiving. I was devastated as I sat down for dinner that night. Julie, you see that turkey? That's your piggy.
What? Yeah, Mom said they ran out of turkey, so she cooked your piggy instead. You're lying! No!
I started bawling like a baby till Mom rescued my pet from my sister's closet. They were grounded, but the memory haunted me for years. I could never enjoy another Thanksgiving. Things just got weirder as we grew older. Tina and Sophia got more famous, and I became their geeky little sister with a thing for science and sugar. By 13, I weighed twice the kids my age. One time, Mom invited a French photographer to take family portraits.
Wow, Tina, that is a beautiful pose. Sophie, yes. Hold that. Juicy, juicy.
Julie.
Whatever. Pull in your tummy while you smile. A little more. More. Okay, now smile. Press it, smile.
I was trying when Tina tickled me a little, and I let out a huge fart.
Oh my God, Julie, you stink up the place. You baby cow.
When the photos came out, I was so red,
It looked like someone had slapped me 20 times. So embarrassing. I exercised and lost most of the extra weight, but my sisters never let me forget that incident. Worse, kids in my school constantly questioned me about my famous sisters, and I hated that. My older brother says that Tina bathes in milk. That's why she's so pretty. And Sophia brushes her hair with a comb made of feathers. Tell us, please, is all this true? I got so annoyed, I jumped on one of them and pulled her hair. Tina's breath stinks and so do her clothes. And Sophia brushed her hair last winter. It's all makeup, you moron. Now leave me alone. Turns out it was our teacher's daughter, and my stunt landed me in detention. But I didn't care as long as I got some peace. So, yeah, life wasn't great, but it wasn't all bad either. I was at the top of my class, and at 17, I even landed a prestigious summer internship at the Natural History Museum. On my first day, I got up an hour early to get ready and reached the museum before my time. But the place was massive, and I got totally lost. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Are you the new intern?
Yeah, I'm Julie. Pleased to meet you.
Late. You're late. You were supposed to report to me 15 minutes ago.
Before I could even apologize, the boy started walking away.
I'm Pierre, your supervisor, boss, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so tell me, why is the sky blue? Too slow. How do airplanes fly? How old is the Earth? Do you know anything besides makeup?
4.543 billion years.
What?
You asked me how old the Earth is? I know my science, okay? But I guess you don't know how to talk to people. Maybe learn that first.
You're right. I'm sorry. I had a tough morning and I took it out on you. How about we start again? Hi, I'm Pierre, and it's nice to meet you.
Over the next few days, Pierre and I hung out a lot. He was my age, the son of a diplomat, and he'd only recently moved to New York. He was also really smart, and we'd often spend hours discussing science stuff. Slowly, I even started liking him a little. One day, I was cleaning up a fossil when my shirt got caught and ripped. Pierre rushed to my side and gave his shirt to me.
You're bleeding.
Huh? Oh no. Dang it. Pierre hurried back with first aid, and as he was tending to me, I couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was.
There, all done.
Thanks. I feel much better. Much better. Oh, God. You must think I'm crazy.
Nope. I think you're cute. And also, I think you should go out on a date with me.
Really? You do? The next day, Pierre took me out to the most amazing restaurant, and we had the best time ever. Soon after, we started dating officially, and things were perfect. That was until one night. Pierre and I were closing the museum, and my sisters stormed in with some friends and started messing around with the museum artifacts. What are you guys doing here? You're always working, so we thought you could use some fun. Oh, are you the guy she keeps texting? Dude, she makes the funniest faces when she's on the phone. Like she wants to poop, but can't. Let me show you. Can you stop embarrassing me and go to a club or something? Where's the fun in that? My sisters and their friends just ignored me as they went around taking selfies. But then the museum security heard the noise and chased them away. I was given an earful, but at least the situation was under control and nothing was damaged. But the next morning, I spotted Tina wearing a dinosaur tooth around her neck. Oh my God, Tina, you're not supposed to take that. It's worth $40,000. Why would a rotten old tooth cost this much? Here, you can have it. I immediately wanted to leave for the museum to put the tooth back before someone noticed, but just then, the police knocked on my door. Apparently, the museum staff had seen the CCTV footage, and my sister had already been caught on tape. The twins would have been arrested for stealing, but I called Pierre and asked if his dad could help. He told me once his dad was on the museum board of directors, so I had to take a shot.
He saw the video footage too, and he's really mad.
I know it's a huge favor, but I'm asking, please, if he could just help me out this one time. I'll even apologize in person.
Actually, there's this fundraiser that he wants me to attend. Maybe you can come along too and talk to him.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Pierre pulled some strings and the police let off my sisters. And for the first time, they were sorry. The fundraiser wasn't as bad as I thought, even though his dad was really cold even after I apologized. And soon, Pierre started asking me to all the events he got invited to. And things were exciting for a while. I enjoyed dressing up and going around with my handsome boyfriend. But between studies and work, I was getting burnt out. One evening, I didn't have anything, so I raided Tina's closet. Oh my God, who died and left you this hideous dress? It's yours. Must be something I bought to give to a homeless person. Listen, kid, no matter what you wear, you'll always be a dork. Don't change too much to fit in, okay? Did you hit your head or something? Anyway, I'm off. I had no idea what Tina meant, but I was terribly late, and when I got there, Pierre was outside waiting for me.
Where were you? Everyone is asking me. And why are you wearing that? Don't you have something designer? Aren't your sisters models?
What's wrong with my clothes? Besides, I'm exhausted and I'm here. Before Pierre could reply, someone told us that his dad was looking for him and we went inside. I was standing in a corner feeling angry and tired when I spotted one of the world's most famous marine scientists, Dr. Keller. Oh my God, I am a huge fan, sir. Your work in the space of dead turtles is groundbreaking. And that piece on how sharks are misrepresented in shark movies is amazing.
You've read that paper? No one ever has. You should come by my office sometime.
I'd love to. I even have something I'd like you to see.
Julia, there you are. I want to make you meet someone.
Before I could say anything, Pierre dragged me to the other corner of the room. What was that?
I just saved you from the worst conversation of your life. You should thank me.
Thank you? A world-famous scientist just invited me to his office, and I was discussing my research with him when you dragged me away.
Dr. Keller is a bit of a cuckoo. He invites everyone to his office because he's bored all day. It's nothing special. Give me a break.
So you think I'm not actually good at what I do? You know what? Save your breath. I've had enough. I'm leaving, and yeah, maybe we should take a break. And with that, I stormed out. Pierre tried calling me later, but I ignored him. And over the next few days, he tried everything to get my attention. He would drop cards in my backpack, leave chocolates, show up with a car full of roses, and when nothing worked, he came up with the ultimate surprise.
I spoke to Dr. Keller. He's agreed to meet you next week. Get that research going.
You did what? I can't believe it. Oh, thank you.
Does that mean we're good?
Pierre, I like you, but we belong to different worlds, and I really can't afford distractions.
I understand, but at least we can be friends, right? And I can help you finish your research paper. That's the least I can do after everything you've done for me.
Pierre was a smart guy, and I could really use his help. We started working day and night, and I often caught him stealing glances at me. By the time we were done, I was exhausted out of my wits.
Maybe you should rest. I'll make the final changes and see you at Dr. Keller's office.
You sure? That'll be amazing, and thank you for your help. Pierre kissed me lightly on the forehead, and I had butterflies in my stomach. I knew he still liked me, and I liked him too. Maybe I'd give us another shot. But right now, I had bigger fish to fry. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling really confident and showed up early. I was sitting at the reception waiting for Pierre to show up, when suddenly, I saw him leaving with Dr. Keller and my final research.
Okay, I'm gonna be late. Good job on the research, Pierre, and welcome to the team. Your dad will be proud and happy. Oh, hi, Julia. Are you here for Pierre?
Actually,
Yes, we decided to celebrate together, if you liked my research.
I wanted to say something, but I was speechless. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Pierre walked toward me, but something inside me snapped, and I slapped him hard. So this is why you didn't want me talking to him at the party, and why you helped me with my research. So you could steal it and claim it as your own. Never in a million years did I think you'd be such a snake, Pierre. Crushed? It's what I want to do in life. How would you feel if someone took away all your hard work and claimed it as theirs? We wouldn't know. No one can be as pretty as we are. Okay, I'm done with this conversation. Sorry. Wait. Sit. We know it's devastating that Pierre used you and then threw you under the bus, but that's life. Now, you can either cry about it, or you can move your butt and start from scratch. The choice is yours. Whatever you choose, we're here for you. My sisters were right for once. I couldn't let this one blow take away my whole future, so I decided to plunge myself into my studies. Pierre tried reaching out 1,000,000 times, but I was done with that lying jerk. I graduated top of my class and went to Harvard. Slowly, I started building my research from scratch and things started looking up. But for some reason, I could never completely understand or forget Pierre's betrayal. Maybe what I was looking for was closure. A year later, my sisters and I were vacationing in Costa Rica when a familiar figure approached me.
Julia, is that you?
Pierre? You. Take another step and I'll knock your teeth in.
I just want to apologize. I know what I did was horrible and unforgivable, but I had my reasons.
Really, dude?
Yes, my dad is a horrible person, Julia. He told me if I couldn't show him that I can make it as a scientist, he'd have my butt kicked back to London and force me to become a politician. I thought if I got a chance to work with Dr. Keller, I could impress my dad and he'd finally let me follow my passion, so I
backstabbed me, stole my research, cost me the chance of a lifetime?
Yes, but if it's any consolation, I never joined Dr. Keller. I just couldn't do it.
Listen, I don't care about you or your dad anymore. I trusted you and you betrayed me. Nothing you can say or do will make this right. And if you really want to follow your passion, stand up for yourself. Lying and cheating won't get you anywhere. Now save your face and let's not talk again. Ever.
But
You heard her. Now leave. Pierre left with a pouty face, and both my sisters jumped on me.
Look at our baby cow, all grown up.
Get off me, you two. We love you. Yeah, love you too. Now stop smothering me.
Not again, Dad, I said desperately as he barged into my room with yet another fancy new dress. This could only mean one thing. Another date. My mom followed him inside and said, "We're off to a party now. Put those horrible books away and get to a salon. You clearly need a makeover." I rolled my eyes at them and said I wasn't going. Suddenly, their faces darkened and my dad said, "It wasn't a request. You have one job, Angela. Get married." I was starting to get pissed off and said I didn't see why they were so obsessed with me getting married. Mom glared at me and said I had to go on this date. She said the guy was the son of one of my dad's biggest business partners. "If you don't go, you can kiss your freedom goodbye for a month," Dad threatened. I had a huge party planned with my friends, and no way was I going to be stuck at home. I reluctantly prepared myself for the evening that awaited me. The guy picked me up at 7 p.m. He was about 4 inches shorter than me, and he had his oily hair pulled back. "Hey there, babe. Couldn't you find something better to wear?" I rolled my eyes and looked at his neon yellow shirt. While drinking soup at the restaurant, Mike, my date, burnt his tongue and screamed so hard that 2 of his front teeth fell out. I couldn't compose myself anymore. I grabbed a cab and rushed home. A few days later, my parents barged into my room and yelled at me for deliberately sabotaging their deal. What deal? Apparently, the guy's dad was going to sign a deal with Dad if I started dating him. I gagged. They were furious and wouldn't listen to me when I tried to tell them what had happened. Dad yelled, "Shut up, you ugly moron." Then they slammed the door shut. I was locked inside. Thankfully, that evening, my Uncle Tom came home. He got me out of the room and told my parents to act like normal people. Dad glared at him, but Mom jumped to her feet and said, "I don't need any advice from you. No one here needs a gay man's advice." Uncle Tom looked horrified. I felt so sorry for him. He looked at my parents and said, "Just behave or I'll take her away." With that, he was gone. The next day at school, a boy came up to me and said, "Hi, I'm Peter." I looked at him suspiciously. He looked familiar. Just then, behind him, the most gorgeous girl I had ever seen appeared. My jaw dropped, and Peter introduced her as his sister, Penny. They were twins. The twins and I quickly became friends, and I would often invite them over. Apparently, their parents were uber rich, so Mom and Dad didn't mind. But one day, Mom came up to me and told me I had another date that evening. When I got to the restaurant, I was shocked to see that the person they had tried to set me up with was none other than Peter. I was furious, and I ran right back out. How could he think this was okay? I'd never even flirted with him. Peter caught up with me and asked me what was wrong. I told him I didn't have any plans to date him, and he said he was sorry. Then he said my parents had forced him and his twin sister to be my friends. I was furious. I rushed home and confronted my parents. They started to yell at me. "Do you know just how much we paid their parents?" I was stunned. Why would you pay them at all? They said it was because I was so dumb and good for nothing that I couldn't even make friends. I decided that this was all too much, and I told them I was leaving. I called Uncle Tom and asked him to come and get me. I thought life would be easy now that I was no longer living with my psycho parents. But boy, was I wrong. At school the next day, Peter approached me, and I told him that I didn't want to be friends with him anymore. He looked disappointed, but smiled and said, "It's okay, Angela. I understand completely." Without responding, I turned to leave. I had wanted to make a gracious exit, but to my horror, not 5 steps later, my foot got caught in something and I fell on my face. My nose started to bleed, and I quickly gathered my stuff and rushed away while everyone stared at me. I ran into the girls' bathroom to clean my face. Just as I was done, a notification popped up on my phone. It read, "Hello, Angela. I hate to break it to you, but if you don't do everything I say, I'm going to tell everyone your biggest secret. I have your diary." I laughed at such an old-fashioned prank, but the text messages were pictures from pages of my diary where I had written my deepest, darkest secrets. No one could find out about them, or I would be over. I had no choice but to do as they said. I replied, "What do you want from me? I know who you really are," the message simply read. I asked them what they meant, but there was no reply. In fact, a new message didn't arrive until days later. I didn't know how long the silence would last, so I did the only thing I could think of. I tried to find out who it was. I had a plan to find out who could have stolen it. The next day, I snuck to the back of the school. I hid my face from the security cameras and then pulled the fire alarm. Immediately, everyone rushed out of the school. I checked to make sure that nobody was in the security room and then quickly searched for the older videos. I transferred all of the data onto my flash drive. Just as I was about to leave, one of the security guards came in. As soon as he saw me, he yelled, "Hey you, stop right there." I ran for dear life. I managed to outrun him and escape the school. Once I was safe, I checked my bag, and to my despair, I realized I'd dropped the flash drive somewhere. I'd missed my chance. But before I could investigate further, I got this message. "Ha ha ha. I know what you did, and I know why you did it. So you like being a spy, huh? Well, do I have a mission for you?" I read the next message in shock. This was going to be horrible. If anything bad happened, my parents would kill me. The next day, as instructed, I called my mom. At first, she was angry that I'd called her, but when she heard what I had to say, she was thrilled. My blackmailer had told me to ask my parents to set me up on a date. That evening, I found myself face to face with one of the most boring people I could imagine. The minute I reached out to shake his hand, he pulled me in for a kiss. Ew! The boy wouldn't take no for an answer. And 5 minutes into the date, I dumped a glass of water onto his head. He screamed, jumped back, and threatened to destroy my parents. He said he was my dad's boss's son. I couldn't believe my ears. The very next day, Dad lost his job. Mom called and yelled at me for deliberately ruining their lives. I tried to explain, but obviously she didn't listen. "You are the worst possible child. If only I'd never had a second child," I gasped. This was the first time my mother had mentioned my brother in a very, very long time. "Mom, listen to me." I tried to explain things to her, but she hung up. My phone screen lit up. Ha ha ha, that was a fun show. I was furious. Whoever this person was, he or she was ruining my life. And I had a feeling that this was just the beginning. I was right. The next message asked me to do something even worse. Something I hadn't been prepared for. "Forget it," I messaged. "Are you sure? Are you truly ready for your secret to come out?" The truth was, I wasn't, but I also didn't think I could do this. So I didn't reply. Maybe I should have. The next day when I went to school, Penny marched up to me. "You are disgusting, Angela. I hate you. Stop spreading rumors about me." I tried to ask her what was wrong, but she slapped me in the face in front of everyone. Then she left. My phone pinged. I took it out and saw another message. "Enjoy." Oh no. Sure enough, I then received a link to a TikTok video. I played it. It said, "I'm gay, so I go on dates just to break men's hearts." It was followed by a video of me dumping water on my last date's head, the one who got my dad fired. To make matters worse, the video ended with a picture from my diary with mine and Penny's names written in hearts. My phone suddenly blew up with thousands of messages from Mom and Dad. All my friends were calling me too. Everyone wanted to know if this was true. I rushed home to Uncle Tom and barged into his room. Mom and Dad were already sitting there. They looked at me and then at Tom, waiting for him to say something. He got to his feet very slowly and said, "I'm sorry, Angela, but you can't live with me anymore." I was horrified. I asked him why, and he said that my parents were disowning me and wouldn't give me a single penny now that I had come out. They had also threatened to sue him if he tried to help me. I asked my parents if it was true, and they acted as if I weren't even there. I was certainly homeless. There was nowhere to go. There was no reason to stay in this town since everyone either hated me or thought I was a joke. Besides, I didn't want to play into the blackmailer's hands anymore. With whatever money I had, I moved to another town. In this new place, I got a job at McDonald's and even managed to enroll in college. Except for the occasional threatening message from my parents, it seemed like my life was almost headed towards normalcy. Or so I thought. On the very first day of college, I bumped into Peter. I had almost completely forgotten about him. He asked me what I studied, and I was thrilled to find out that we were doing the same major. I wasn't really thrilled, but at least I finally had a friend here. He was always with me. We hung out together, and he even got a job at McDonald's too. One day, he asked me out on a date. "I never truly got over you," he said, looking like a lovesick puppy. After all of my parents' messages, I knew that they would never accept a girl as my partner, so I gave in and agreed to date Peter. The very next day, I got a message from my parents telling me that they were so happy I was dating a guy. How the hell did they know? Was there no escaping these two? But the worst was yet to come. A few days after Peter and I started dating, he invited me to his house. While he was making dinner, I began to roam around the hallway when I came across a door he usually kept locked. He told me it was his storeroom. I went inside and almost passed out. This was no storeroom. The room was full of pictures of me, some of them as old as high school. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me, and I began to explore more. Where is it? Where is it? And then I saw it. In the middle of a pile of paper, my diary. I almost threw up. Peter! It had been Peter all along. But that's when he saw me leave the room. His jaw dropped. "Angela, I can explain, but there was nothing he could say about this." I ran to my place and locked the doors. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. I was almost certain Peter had followed me home. I looked through the peephole and almost jumped back in shock. It was the last person I had expected. Penny. I slowly opened the door to let her in, and almost passed out when I saw who was standing behind her. It was my brother, Zach. I hadn't seen him in years. I just stood there in shock with my mouth open. Penny explained that her crazy brother had told her he was dating me, and she had tried to warn me about the psycho that he was. Zach was with her because apparently the two had been dating. Just then, we heard Peter banging loudly on the door. "Angela, please let me explain. I love you and I want to marry you." "Let me handle this," Zach said. Zach had suddenly left many years ago when I was very young, and the very next day, I'd heard my parents fighting. That's when I discovered my biggest secret. I never told anyone. When he came back, he apologized to me. "Angie, I'm sorry I left you alone with our crazy parents." He said he hated that Mom and Dad had tried to force him into medical school. "Moving out was my only option," he said. I was really surprised. I thought he left because of me. We started hanging out a lot, and he was always trying to make up for what he called not being there for me. Then one day, he called me and said he had a surprise for me. I was psyched as I waited for him. When he finally came, I was stunned to see his surprise, Dad. I couldn't believe Dad had agreed to come and see me. Dad begged for my forgiveness and asked me to come home. He even said that he would set me up with a pretty girl. I told him to stay away from me and my private life, but Zach said I should forgive him and try to fix my relationship. So I moved back. To my surprise, Dad was very kind to me, even though Mom was her usual mean self. She kept insulting Dad. "I can't believe you let this horrible embarrassment move back," she said to him every time she saw me. One day, I got a call from Zach, and he told me to meet him at his place. He was panicky and crying, so I rushed over. Just as I got into my car, a hooded man grabbed my arm. "We have your brother," he whispered threateningly into my ear and dragged me with him. He took me to a dark place. There, he told me that he would only let Zach go if I signed a piece of paper for them. Terrified, I picked up a pen while Zach sat across the table from me, crying. Just as I was about to sign, the door flew open, and Penny rushed in. "Don't do it, Angela," she yelled. Zach jumped up and tried to force me to sign, but I pulled back. What was happening? Someone from behind Penny jumped at her and tried to drag her away, but she ran and yelled, "Your dad and your brother are tricking you." That was when a commotion outside caught my attention. We all rushed outside, and I saw that the police were there with my dad. Apparently, my dad was caught sneaking behind the building. He had known where to come. This could only mean,
"Yes, I know you aren't my child. I hate you and I will ruin you."
He screamed out my biggest secret for everyone to hear.
But, Dad, it wasn't my fault, I tried to say. I don't care, he yelled. He said he loved my mom too much to do anything to her, but he had found a letter from my real dad, and he had given me all his money. I kept you for all these years, and my son left because of you. The least you could do to pay me back for everything I've done is to give me the money, Dad screamed as he was dragged away by the police. Penny stood by me, her hand on my shoulder. She said she was really sorry for how she had treated me in high school, and she couldn't let Peter or my family hurt me. We were best friends once. We hugged. Finally, my biggest secret was exposed, but so were my dad and brother.
Hi, I'm Laureen, and for as long as I can remember, I have wanted to be famous. But I didn't want to be famous for just anything. I always envisioned myself as a rock star, screaming into a microphone in front of millions of adoring fans, like my idol. No one in my family even liked music. In fact, everyone downright hated it. The only thing Dad ever watched was the boring news on TV, and my suck-up siblings always followed suit. So every time I turned on music, my dad would yell at me, "Go to your room and put earphones on. I can't believe any of my children could be such a bum." So I would do that and get so lost in the music that I would start to sing out loud. The only problem was every time I really let go and sang my heart out, someone in my family would come banging on my door. "Be quiet in there. You're so annoying." And every time that happened, I would sing louder. I found out this later, but one day, as I was singing in my room loudly as usual, my dad's friend came to visit, and he heard my voice. "Oh my God, what a beautiful voice. Who was the singer?" "No one." "Oh, come on. Call her. You know I have some connections with someone who can make her a famous singer." "Oh yeah? So you're now that angel who was sent to change her life? Just call her. She's the one with the angel's voice." All I knew was that I was minding my own business when Dad banged on my door screaming, "I said no singing!" My friend got so annoyed and he left. So shut it now. A while later, my whole family came in. My sister said, "It's like hearing nails on a chalkboard." My brother said, "It's like listening to an alley cat." My mom just burst into tears and said, "Music and singing is rotting your brain." I just couldn't take it anymore, and I yelled back, "No, it's not. You guys are. One day, I'm going to be a famous singer, and all of you are going to beg to come to my concerts." Dad looked shocked to hear me answer back and said, "Oh, so you'll answer back now? Looks like we're taking away your music." Before I could stop them, they took everything. My stereo, my iPod, my CDs, and my computer. And Dad smashed everything. "That's it! You've messed with the wrong person. You can't keep me from what I love." If they thought throwing away my stuff would stop from listening to music, boy, were they wrong. The next day at school, I ran to my best friend and dumped all my savings in front of her. "We're going to a rock concert. Can you arrange the tickets?" "What? Are you crazy? Your parents will legit kill you." "I don't care. They don't own me." Seeing how determined I was, she said her brother could probably arrange them. "How will you get out so late, though?" I just laughed and winked at her. I have my ways. The night of the concert, I went to my sister. "You have to sleep in my bed." "Lol, you wish, pest. You go out and I'm telling Dad. It'll be fun." "Great. I guess that's a good time to tell him you invite your boyfriend to your room every night." "Oh my God, are you blackmailing me? He'd never believe you." I grinned and waved my phone in her face. "He'll believe the picture I have." She gave in. Easy peasy. I almost felt bad about blackmailing her, but it wasn't my fault she was so dumb that she didn't even check my phone. I didn't really have any pictures. And before I knew it, I was walking into a crowd of hundreds of thousands of people. Excited as I was, I had no idea my life was about to change forever. All screaming and shouting with excitement for what we were about to see. Everywhere I looked, people were singing and dancing and laughing. And the music finally started. And that's when I caught my first real glimpse of the person I knew I was destined to become. A larger-than-life, guitar-wielding, stage-diving, hair-thrashing rock star. Suddenly, the stage burst into flames. The lights flashed everywhere, and the crowd went wild. Everyone screamed as the rock star came onto the stage, and she started singing one of my favorite songs. She was a goddess, and I sang it along with her as loud as I could. I knew every word. That's when my friend grabbed my hand and began pulling me closer to the stage. We pushed our way through to get as close as we could. And when the song ended, someone handed me a bouquet of flowers and told me to throw it on stage. I did, and the rock star picked it up, and she looked right at me, and, I kid you not, she winked. Then the music stopped, and she bowed her head, and she took a long moment before she grabbed her microphone and said the craziest thing I could ever imagine hearing. Now, I want to invite a special someone on stage to come and sing my next song for me. The crowd was wild. I couldn't even hear myself think. I shouted louder than I ever had in my life, and I couldn't believe it when she looked right at me and said, "You, who threw the flowers, get up here." I didn't even have to climb up to the stage because I was literally hoisted up in the air by all the people around me and then thrown onto the stage. The rock star looked at her band, threw up her hand and said, "And a 1 and a 2." And she handed me the microphone, and the band started the next song. I was paralyzed with fear when I turned around and saw thousands of people screaming with excitement. And to this day, I have no idea how, but I opened my mouth and I began to sing. It's so crazy, my night's so hazy. I'm rocking this stage, I'm breaking the cage tonight. I'm free, we'll rock this stage tonight. We stand and we fight, we shine in this light. My night's so hazy, I'm rocking this stage, I'm breaking the cage tonight. I'm free. The biggest surprise, though, was that people loved it. It was the opposite of what my family always said. I was a great singer, and suddenly I was a real-life rock star. When the song ended, I turned around and she pointed me to go backstage. Minutes later, the rock star and her band came right back to me and said, "Hey kid, I'm getting too old for this. Tonight was my last night performing, and now I'm passing the torch off to you." She handed me her microphone, she smiled, and then she walked away. Was this a joke? Her whole band was looking at me like they wanted me to say something. I said the only thing I could think of. Okay. And just like that, I was the new lead singer for one of the most famous rock bands in the world. When I returned home with a record deal, $1 million, and a personal assistant who was going to organize my new life as a rock star, my family took a complete round turn. Dad wasn't mad that I sneaked out. Instead, he threw his arms around me. "My daughter, my lovely, lovely daughter, you make your dad proud and rich." Before any of us could blink, I suddenly had agents and managers and a stylist. I was given a whole new wardrobe and a driver who took me everywhere I wanted to go at any time of the day. The band scheduled a worldwide tour for the summer when I was done with school, and we started performing everywhere. Everywhere I went, people screamed my name. I was suddenly doing exactly what I had dreamt of doing while dancing around my bedroom. I got fan mail from every corner of the earth, and I had a jewelry collection so big I had to buy an entire second home just to store it all in. Everywhere I went, people took pictures and asked for autographs. I was on the cover of magazines, and I played music with some of the most famous musicians of all time. I always stayed in the biggest penthouse suite a hotel offered. But things started to change. After months of living like this, I was starting to get really, really exhausted. Even though I was traveling everywhere and meeting the most famous celebrities and making millions and millions of dollars, it didn't feel like a vacation everyone thought it was. It felt like a chore. I was always working till late and had to be up early. I got on so many planes, I had no idea what part of the world I was in. One day, I finally tried to take a quick vacation, but I couldn't even leave the hotel because there was a mob outside waiting to take pictures with me. There wasn't even a single place I could go without someone harassing me for a picture or to give me a compliment. One fan told me my hair was so beautiful, and then they tried to rip out my hair so they could keep some. One time my parents called and told me my fans had broken into our home to find things of mine. It was like I was a zoo animal. Worst of all, though, I didn't know who to trust or who to talk to anymore. My best friend who brought me to the concert only ever wanted to hang out with me when I was invited to parties. My already selfish siblings only ever called when they wanted something, which was a lot. Hey, we've always been the nicest siblings. Why not introduce us to this celebrity? I'm sorry, I can't. Of course you can. You're famous. Okay, then at least get us free tickets to their concerts. I said I can't do this. I'm sorry. Stop lying. You're such a show-off and think you're important. You're just a stupid singer. Nothing more. And they hung up. My parents were the worst. They were suddenly doing interviews on television, telling the whole world how they supported me when I told them I wanted to be a singer. They were taking credit for my good luck and hard work, and everywhere I looked, someone wanted something from me. No one even asked me how I was doing. I was trapped, and I realized I didn't even like to sing anymore. One day, as I was on stage, I realized I couldn't even hear myself sing because everyone was screaming so loud. And that's when I decided, if I couldn't even enjoy the one thing I truly loved, I didn't want it. And that meant I would do exactly what was done to me. And I needed to find someone to take my spot. I scanned the crowd in front of me until I saw a girl singing all the lyrics to my songs. At the end of the song, I took a long moment and turned to the crowd and I said, I want to invite a lucky person up onto the stage to sing one of my songs. And I called the girl on stage, and boy was she good! And she seemed super excited to be up on the stage. So as soon as the concert was over, I told her the band was hers. Then I grabbed a bouquet of flowers, and I walked out of the concert and no one followed me. Everyone was too excited to meet the new singer, and I sang my heart out all the way home.
I barged into the living room, my butt sweating in anger. I marched up to my twin brother Sammy on the sofa, snatched his can of juice, and dumped it on his head. He made a run for it, and I was chasing him with a baseball bat when Mom walked in.
Alexis, what are you doing to my poor baby?
Your poor baby locked me in a haunted house down the street. I nearly pooped my pants. Didn't you guys notice that I've been gone for hours?
How could we? Sammy hurt his little toe and he was in so much pain.
Oh yeah? Well, he's about to be in a lot more pain than that.
Enough, Alexis. Quit bullying your brother.
Hey guys, it's Alexis, and I'm about to tell you why having a twin brother is an absolute nightmare. But before that, please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I was born, my twin brother Sammy acted like he was better than me just because he was born 10 minutes earlier. Even my parents acted like he was God's gift to mankind and pampered him all the time. It's not like they hated me, just that Sammy was the apple of their eye and he could do no wrong. Like on our 10th birthday, my parents threw us a beach party and I spent an hour building the most amazing sandcastle. But just as I turned my back to grab a shovel, Sammy and his best friend Nathan came running and smashed it to pieces. Why did you do that? Because it was ugly and it was ruining my perfect view. He threw sand in my face and ran away. Are you okay? I will be now. I threw the beach bucket at Sammy and it hit him in the head. He cried and Mom grounded me for bad behavior. Unbelievable! As we grew older, Sammy just got more annoying. He and Nathan were the brattiest kids in school and would constantly embarrass me with their stupid jokes and dumb pranks. Like this one time in 10th grade, we were in the science lab doing experiments and Nathan was my partner.
Tell me, what's gravity? Oh, that's easy. It's when Alexis tries to get up from the bed but can't because she's a big fat cow. Enough, Sammy.
Funny how you're talking and all I can smell is garbage.
Maybe that's because you haven't showered in days.
I felt so mad I flung a book at Sammy. He ducked and started attacking me with pens. The two of us got into a fight. I knew there was no point in arguing, so I just avoided everyone and focused on my studies. I became the smartest kid in class, and I joined the poetry club, yearbook committee, and debate team. In 10th grade, I got a chance to represent my school in the national debate competition, and that's where I met Tony. He was the captain of the debate team, the star tennis player, and the hottest boy in school. Together, the two of us nailed the competition, and when we got back home, Tony invited me to one of his practice tennis matches. After the practice, we were having a conversation when he suddenly pulled me close. Whoa, was he about to kiss me already? I pouted my lips and was about to close my eyes when I noticed his hand stretched out, holding a tennis ball.
That was coming straight at you. We don't want that pretty head of yours to get hurt.
My head's pretty? You like the shape? Well, thanks a lot. I mean, for saving my pretty head. Not for saying that I have a pretty head, but thanks for that too. Can I get you an energy drink or something to thank you for saving me?
How about a date instead?
Yeah, it was fast, but sometimes you just know when it feels right. Soon, Tony officially asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was riding high. Dating someone popular meant that people knew me as more than just Sammy's sister. I was getting noticed, and I was loving the attention. But it drove Sammy crazy. One night, Tony and I were going to a party with a bunch of friends when Sammy walked in.
Don't you think you're a little too young to be wearing that dress?
Don't you think you're a little out of line to be asking me that question? Also, we're twins, genius, so if you're old enough to do anything you want, so am I.
Fine, do what you want. Just don't become a bigger loser than you already are. At least not for that clown Tony. You know he's a player, right? He's always got his arm around a new girl.
He's just a really friendly guy. Nothing wrong with that. And he says hugs are good for mental health.
I literally saw him feeding French fries to that cheerleader just yesterday.
She has carpal tunnel syndrome, Sammy. Her wrists are in pain. He was just being nice. Why is it so hard for you to believe that a hot, popular guy could be into me? Just stop being a jerk and leave me alone. But after that day, it became Sammy's life mission to annoy Tony every time he saw him. Like this one time in the cafeteria, Tony and I were chatting when Sammy dumped a bowl of spaghetti on him.
Oops, my hand slipped.
And another time in class, just as Tony was about to take a seat, Sammy pulled his chair away and he landed on his butt.
Your seat looks more comfortable. Mind if I borrow it?
Tony almost punched Sammy, but Nathan intervened and saved him. Sammy backed off for a while, until a few weeks later, Tony and I were having dinner at this really fancy place, and suddenly, he jumped out of his seat, screaming. What happened? Please don't tell me there's a rat. I will freak out.
The only rat here is you, Alexis. What's this?
Tony shoved the phone in my face, and I saw a bunch of pictures with Nathan kissing a girl who looked exactly like me. I was so confused until he played a video where I was confessing my love for Nathan, and I immediately recognized the voice. It was Sammy's. Oh, that's not me. I mean, it looks like me, but
what? You've been cheating on me with Nathan? No wonder your brother was annoying me these past few weeks. He wanted me out of the picture so you could be with his best friend.
Hear me out. That girl in the photos is Sammy with a wig. We're twins, so we look alike. That's all. Please, you have to trust me.
Stop making up stories. You're a liar and your brother is crazy. Both of you can go eat dust for all I care, but stay away from me.
Tony was out the door before I could stop him. I rushed back home furiously and confronted Sammy, who started laughing like a crazy person.
I can't believe he fell for that trick. He's as dense as pudding, Alexis. I did you a favor.
You're a jerk, Sammy. You ruined the best thing that happened to me, and you hurt Tony.
He'll get over it, trust me. Also, now that you're here, pass me some soda.
But I just dumped the can on his head and walked away. I hated him. The next day in school, Tony refused to talk to me. In fact, he went around the school telling everyone how I was a cheater and a liar. My popularity went down the drain in minutes, and I was back to being invisible. But Sammy acted like nothing was wrong and went on living his life. And after that day, I decided to get even with Sammy. I spent the entire week planning the perfect revenge. I knew the only person Sammy cared about was his best friend Nathan, so that's where I started. I found my opportunity when the teachers announced the test results, and Nathan got an F. He was sulking when I found him in the hallway. Aw, this is what happens when you're best friends with a moron.
Gee, thanks. Look, I'm a little bummed right now, so maybe rub things in my face later?
Okay. I'm actually here to offer you a really sweet deal. I need you to date me.
What?
Sorry, pretend to date me. You're Sammy's best friend, so if you start hanging out with me all the time instead of him, he'll hate it. He'll finally have a taste of his own medicine. I'm not asking you to do it for free, of course. I'll help you study and ace your scores.
No thanks. I know Sammy can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm not doing that to my best friend.
Fine, fail high school then. I heard you telling Sammy your parents were angry that you had a C in science. This score is worse, so good luck dealing with that.
Wait, fine. I guess we could make it work.
Of course we will, my cute boyfriend. Now buckle up. We've got plans. The next day, it was time for phase 1. I walked into Sammy's room and called a truce on my fight over Tony. Just as we were talking, Nathan walked in, pulled me by the waist, and kissed me. Sammy's mouth fell open like a broken door, and my heart fell to my stomach.
What the heck are you doing? Get off my sister. Didn't you tell him, babe? Sammy, Alexis and I are dating.
You're what? Dating? Are you stupid and deaf now? Come, Nate. We'll be late for the movies.
Nate? He has a nickname now?
Of course, that's what people in love do. Sammy was totally spinning out over our dates. But to make things worse, I crashed all of Nathan and Sammy's plans too. Video game night, baseball game, bowling alley. I was stuck to them like gum to a shoe. Sammy tried everything to keep Nathan away from me, but we just laughed it off.
You know Alexis farts in her sleep? Aw, I'm sure it smells like roses. Alexis eats her boogers and then spits them out so they stick to the wall. She makes graffiti out of them. My baby's an artist.
Watching Sammy's frustration was hilarious. But what I liked more was how Nathan was always taking my side. He'd been a brat to me growing up, but now he was caring and sweet. And even though I knew we were playing pretend, I found myself falling for Nathan. One day, I was helping Nathan with his homework in the library when he looked a little sad. When I asked him why, he told me that his mom was moving out.
She's always busy and hardly ever around, but I still can't help feeling bad that I might not see my mom that often.
I get it. My parents were hardly ever there for me too. I mean, they were around, but they always loved Sammy more. Suddenly, Nathan held my hand and my heart raced with excitement. He came closer, but just then the janitor showed up and we were asked to leave. The next day at school, I couldn't wait to see Nathan again when I felt someone grab my shoulder. Tony!
Hey babe, miss me? Listen, I've been thinking about us a lot. I know you cheated on me, but I'm ready to forgive you. You don't know this, but I kinda cheated on you too when we were together. Twice. Okay, thrice. Okay, fine. You want me to start being honest? It was 6 times, but I like you the most, 'cause we're the same. Meant to be, blah, blah, blah. Don't you think?
You cheated on me?
Yeah, but you get that, right? We're even now, babe. It's all good.
Before I could say more, Tony pulled me into a kiss. As I pushed him off, I suddenly saw Nathan walking away with a bouquet of flowers, which he dumped in a trash can on his way out.
So, what do you say?
I say, you're a stupid, cheating, lying piece of poop, and we are nothing alike. And I'm glad my brother pulled a dumb prank on you, because it got you to admit what a sleazeball you are. Now stay away from me unless you want me to knock your perfect teeth in. Get that? I shoved Tony out of my way and rushed behind Nathan. I finally caught up with him in the parking lot. Nathan, wait! Tony was just...
Save it, Alexis. I just saw your passionate kiss with Tony. I guess that was all part of the plan. Dating me would make Tony jealous and bring him back to you. Anyway, I'm glad your mission accomplished. And thanks for all your help with my grades. But I'd rather not be used like a toy anymore.
With that, Nathan turned around and left. He didn't even give me a chance to tell him my feelings. I curled up in a ball in my room and cried so much harder than I ever did over Tony. I was still sulking when suddenly Sammy knocked at my door.
Alexis, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, and it's always your fault. I wanted to get revenge on you, and it messed up everything.
What do you mean?
I was desperate to make you pay for sabotaging my relationship with Tony, so I asked Nathan to pretend to date me so I could piss you off, but I ended up falling for him, and now I've lost him too.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I tease you, but I also love you. You're my sister. I wanted to protect you. Tony was a jerk, and he didn't deserve you. As for Nathan, I read your diary.
You did what?
Focus, Alexis. I know you like him. And now, just like a big brother, I'll fix it.
You're 10 minutes older.
Do you want Nathan or not?
Yes!
Then come with me.
Sammy took my hand and drove me to the beach where I saw Nathan sitting. We walked up to him and Sammy backed me up about not having any feelings for Tony, but I could see that Nathan still had doubts.
In case you won't take my word for it, Nathan, take Alexis's.
Just then, Sammy took my diary out of his backpack and started reading.
Dear Diary, I know it was just supposed to be a trick, but Nathan is the best thing to have ever happened to me. He's so cute. His eyes remind me of the deep ocean. All I want is to lie in his arms and tell him how much I like him. Also, I got severe diarrhea the other day.
Give me that, you moron! I quickly pulled the diary from Sammy's hand and smacked his head with it. Just then, Nathan walked over to me and held my hand.
Do you mean it? That's how you feel?
It's how I feel. I really like you, Nathan. And Tony was just a glitch in the universe. You're the one I want.
And I want you, Alexis. I might throw up.
Shut up, Sammy.
Fine.
Nathan pulled me in for a hug, and over his shoulder I saw Sammy smirking. My brother finally used his annoying brother powers for good and pulled off his best trick yet, because even though that's how I feel, I definitely didn't write that stupid stuff in my diary.
Hi, my name is Janie, and I'm the only child. My parents couldn't have any other children after me. They loved me too much and were always worried about me. One day, when I was in the 2nd grade, a masked robber broke into our house and started yelling at us. Mom immediately hugged me. Please, don't hurt our daughter.
Where is the money? Where is it?
Oh, no, take that gun away. Okay, we will give you everything. Just don't hurt my daughter. And then, while Mom hugged me, Dad started helping the thief pack our stuff. Honey, don't forget about the gold watch that your dad gave you before he passed away. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Oh, and also your diamond necklace. Where did you keep it? Dad, we can't give him everything. Just call the police. No, be quiet, honey. He's a thief. He knows what he's doing. We can't interfere. We need to keep you safe.
Yeah, shut up, kid, and go to your room and get me something precious.
Yes, honey, you heard Uncle Thief. Go now. Yeah, of course. Just wait for me, please. I went to my room and took out my phone and called 911. Minutes later, the police came and took the thief, who was having dinner with Dad by then. Yes, well, meet my parents. They were stupidly in love with me and worshipped me. Life went on like that until my 15th birthday. That's when they gave me the deadliest gift on the planet. It was something that changed my life forever. But before I continue, like and subscribe to this video because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As I got home from school that day, I was surprised to see a strange pair of shoes outside the door. The old sneakers were ratty and had holes in the side. I barged in. Mom, whose shoes are Who was that? Sitting at the kitchen table were my mom and dad and a girl with messy, curly hair. Janie, this is Susie. She's your new sister. We adopted her because we knew you were feeling lonely, and we wanted to make you happier. She's my what? Sister, happy birthday! Who are you? What's going on? Darling, as your mom said, she's your sister. I'm excited to see you guys doing all the crazy things sisters do. Come on, don't be shy. Hug her. I can see you're happy. Happy? How is this supposed to make me happy? Dad threw up his hands in despair. Kids these days. When my dad got me Oliver, I was thrilled. So was he. Dad, Oliver was your lizard. He looked at me with confusion. So? We were very close. We used to share the same toothbrush. I'm human? This is not the same. Oh, Pooh. Just talk to your mother. I don't understand you girls. This is getting complicated. But Mom didn't seem like she would be of any help. She was busy braiding the girl's hair and telling her they'd have pajama parties and sleepovers. I couldn't believe that my parents had adopted a kid without even asking me. They had me. Why would they want another kid? Then Mom told me to take my new sister upstairs. I rolled my eyes and let the girl out. She looked kind of sad, which made me feel a bit guilty. Hey, look, about what I said in there. It's not like I hate you. I just don't want a sister. I hope you understand. She turned her big sad eyes towards me, and for a moment, I thought she'd cry. But instead, she burst into a manic laughter. That's lucky. I don't want a sister either. That's good. So just tell Mom and Dad to take you back, right? Take me back? Why? Aren't I a human like you and deserve a family? I felt guilty immediately and was about to hug her when she said, Yeah, I deserve more than a family. I deserve your life, and I'm going to take it. With that, she plopped onto my bed and went to sleep. What just happened? At dinner, my parents barely said a word to me. They only talked to Susie, asking her questions about her old school, her teachers, and a bunch of other boring stuff. She seemed so happy with all the attention she was getting. So annoying. Suddenly she said, "From now on, I'll celebrate my birthday today because that's when I started living with you all. Right, sis?" I was so shocked I dropped the bowl of spaghetti I was holding. But Mom and Dad just started clapping and crying and singing happy birthday. This was turning out to be the worst birthday ever. After that, things just went downhill. At breakfast the next morning, Susie came down in my lovely LV top. "Hey, take that off. My boyfriend gave that to me last year. Don't you think you should ask? Besides, you can't wear that top with those horrible stinky sneakers." "Oh, you have one boyfriend? You look like the kind of girl who can have 3 boyfriends. What is that supposed to mean? Just take it off." Immediately, Mom jumped to her defense. "Janie, behave. She looks great. She has our eyes, doesn't she?" "Mom, we have green eyes. Hers are blue. Just go to school, you two." Susie passed me the evilest grin before turning to Mom with the biggest puppy dog eyes on the planet. "It's okay, Mom. I'll just change. After all, I am just a foster kid, not her real sister." With that, she turned and walked out. What just happened? But clearly, her magic was working because Mom started to cry. "Oh, Janie, how could you? To your own sister!" She came back wearing her old hoodie. Then she handed Mom a paper. "Look, Mom, look at what I've been drawing since I got home." It was a painting of Mom and Dad and me with Susie. And on top, in big letters, she'd written, "My happy family." I rolled my eyes. What was she, 5? But Mom totally started to cry and said, "That's beautiful, sweetie. Oh, Janie, why can't you be nicer to your sister?" I couldn't believe this madhouse and walked out. I thought maybe at least she would leave me alone at school. But boy, was I wrong. At lunch, I got to the cafeteria and found her having lunch with all my friends. I pushed her tray aside and sat down. "I've been looking all over for you guys." But before she could say anything, Susie jumped up, holding her nose. "Ew, what's that awful smell? It smells like dirty socks." Then she looked right at me and said, "It was fine until..." All the girls immediately said they weren't wearing any socks. No one was, except me. They grabbed their trays and one by one moved away. I couldn't believe she'd done that. After everyone left, Susie got to her feet and said, "Say goodbye to your social life, sis." "Don't ever call me sis! I hate you!" I left my tray and stormed to my next class. As soon as the teacher started the class, the door opened and someone walked in. Oh no, not again. It was Susie. She so badly wanted to take over my life that she even signed up for all my classes. She grinned at me as she sat behind me. I gulped, afraid of what problems she might cause here. The English teacher hated kids who were late, so naturally, as soon as Susie came in, the teacher ended up calling on her to read. Susie looked horrified. Me? But I'm new." "Yeah, but not blind." Susie turned red in the face and everyone snickered. I almost felt bad for her. This teacher could be a real meanie. "Now hurry up. I don't have all day, princess." Slowly, Susie began to read. One of the girls from the back whispered loudly, "She's not blind, just dumb." Was Susie really struggling to read the word black? Or was she just messing with the teacher? But to my surprise, Susie's eyes were full of tears. She really couldn't read. She caught my eye, and immediately her expression turned to anger. She threw down her book and yelled at the teacher, "I don't have to do anything a big ugly toad like you says. I'm out of here." With that, she ran out of the room. That evening at dinner, Mom and Dad asked Susie how her day was. She immediately looked at me. Maybe she was afraid I would tell them she was dyslexic. "It was fine. Can we talk about something else?" Dad didn't seem to have heard her. "How were your classes? Did you make any new friends?" Suddenly, Susie jumped out of her seat and ran to our room. Mom called after her, but she wouldn't listen. I knew I should have been glad to have found her weakness, but I couldn't forget the image of Susie with big tears in her eyes as she tried to read. I felt sorry for her, so I came up with a plan. "Come on, Suze. I'll teach you how to read." Susie glared at me. Her jaw clenched as she said, "Who asked you for your help? Do you think I want to learn how to read? I'm so beautiful I can make money by being an influencer. It's ugly people like you who need to read." With that, she pushed me off the bed and rolled over to sleep. All night, I tried to think about what I could do to make her feel better. I knew she wasn't good to me, but maybe if I started treating her nicely, things would get better. The next day, I had a brilliant idea. I threw her old dirty sneakers into the trash and put out a fresh new pair from my Louis Vuitton collection. I waited for her to wake up and see them. Sure, she would be really happy, but I was so wrong. She threw a huge fit. "I can't find them! Where are they? My sneakers!" "I threw them. Look, I got you a new pair." But Susie was anything but excited. She burst into tears and said, "Why? Why did you do that to me?" With that, she grabbed her bag and ran out of the house, while Mom and Dad called after her. Then Mom turned to me, and for the first time in my life, she yelled at me. "How could you be so mean, Janie? To hurt the poor child like that? I thought I raised you better." "Me? She's the drama queen. I did something nice for her, and she's acting like that. You go after her right now and bring her back." "And why would I do that?
She's just been awful to me since she arrived here. Mom looked at me with sad eyes and said, "You threw away the shoes her real mom gave her." Oh no, I couldn't believe what I'd done. I went running off like a cheetah to the garbage and started looking through it frantically. Thank God the shoes were still there. I quickly cleaned them and used a bit of my shoes to repair the damage. Then I set out to find Susie. I found her at the train station, hugging a picture and crying. As soon as she saw me, she got up to leave, but I rushed to her and said, "I'm sorry, Susie. I didn't know your mom brought them." Then I showed her the shoes I'd fixed. She looked shocked for a moment. "I fixed them for you. I know they're not the best, but you'll find them more comfortable, and they'll last longer. I know you hate me, but I never meant to hurt you. I was just scared you were taking my mom and dad away from me. I'm sorry. Please come home." She still didn't reply. So I got up and started to walk away. I was almost at the exit when suddenly I heard her yell, "Are you going to help me with my bag, sis?" I turned around to see her running towards me. On her feet were the sneakers I just fixed. That's when I knew everything would be all right after all.
Hi, my name is Neo, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small city in South Africa to the most loving parents. We weren't very rich, but mom and dad made sure I had everything a girl could want. They bought me dolls and tiaras and sparkly shoes, but I loved football. Since I had no siblings, I used to play football with the other kids in my neighborhood. And even though I was the youngest among them, I could kick their butts at every game. Go, Nia, go! That's my girl! Dad was my biggest fan. He was a real estate agent and would take me with him to houses with huge backyards. That way, I could play football while he worked. When I was in the 8th grade, Dad got me admitted into a school where his best friend, who was an awesome football coach, taught the game to the students. On my very first day, I went to the sports ground and the coach introduced me to the team. But all of them were boys, and they gave me weird looks.
Did you forget your way to the cheerleading squad, little girl?
What do you mean?
Well, this place is for tough guys like us. Leave before you run crying from here, princess.
Wait till you watch me play, and then we'll see who runs away crying. I grabbed a ball and started kicking it towards the goalpost, and they started chasing me. Just then I tackled one of the guys, and he landed on his butt while I hit the goal. Everyone cheered for me, and the coach praised me for my skills.
Whoa, that was awesome, Neo. You've got good technique. You just defeated the team captain.
Well, apparently that guy's name was Zuri. He was a senior at school and the football captain, but now he looked really embarrassed. Later that day, I was in the cafeteria getting my lunch when Zuri bumped into me, spilling his entire plate of food all over my new shirt.
Are you nuts? Why would you do that?
Hey, chill. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't even see you coming, little girl.
I bet you didn't, even when I kicked your butt in the game. Everyone gasped, and I just pushed him aside and ran to the washroom to clean up. But just then, an older girl came running out of a washroom cubicle and started screaming.
Oh my God! That's blood! That's blood! You're gonna die! I can't let you die!
Before I could even say anything, she pushed me to the washroom floor and started wrapping tissue paper around me. And then she almost kissed me?
Whoa! Stop! What are you doing? I'm trying to give you mouth to mouth and stop the bleeding. Wait, that smells and tastes like ketchup?
Ew, no, don't eat that. For a moment, there was absolute silence. But then we both burst out laughing. Her name was Erica, and she was from my class too. Wait, you're in my class? But you look way older.
That's what everyone says. But Neo, it's so sad that your shirt is ruined. Let's go shopping today, and I can buy you a new one.
I didn't really care about my shirt, but Erica took me on a whole shopping spree after school. She bought me 5 shirts, plus new sneakers for football. This is nice, but I really don't need all this, Erica.
It's okay. I'm not exactly rich, but anything for a new friend.
Well, she was a bit weird, but she was also really sweet. After that day, I started hanging out more with Erica. She dressed like a preschooler and always seemed to be bumping into things.
Oh God, what just happened?
But she always made me feel like a superstar.
You're on the boys' football team?
You're so strong, Neo. You can probably be in the Olympics one day.
I don't think I'll ever be in the Olympics, but thanks, Erica.
A few days later, when I was in the changing room before a practice match, a couple of girls came to me. You're the new girl, right? And you're friends with Erica?
Yeah, I am. She's super sweet.
Erica's also the dumbest girl on the planet. She's 16 years old and repeating 8th grade for the 3rd time. She needs help with everything. One time, she just walked out of class and decided to take a nap on the street. So she's a little different. I don't mind helping her with stuff. Suddenly, someone tapped on my shoulder, and when I turned, I almost had a heart attack.
Ooh, I'm a ghost.
It was Erica, and she was covered from head to toe in white paint.
But what are you doing, Erica?
I was walking in the alley behind the school, and I tripped and fell into a big bucket of paint. So I thought I could go around scaring people now. I took Erica to the bathroom right away to clean up. Just then, I bent down to get a clean towel from my gym bag, when Erica suddenly said, "Hey, what's that on your back? Why is your skin all red and lumpy here?"
Oh no, had my shirt been pushed up?
Oh, it's nothing, Erica. I have a skin condition. I try to cover it with my clothes. It's not a big deal. By the time I finished washing Erica off, I was late for football practice. I ran off to the ground, but no one was there.
Looking for someone?
Definitely not you. Where is everyone? He told me everyone left, and I had no choice but to practice with this loser. But only a few minutes into the game, he was crushing me so bad. What was wrong? I tried my best to tackle him, but then suddenly I lost my balance and we both fell to the ground.
Coach is so not gonna let you play in the big game.
So what? You beat me one time. I'm still gonna play way better than you.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same team. How about we help each other? We can stay and play more after practice.
Fine, but only because I want us to win. From that day on, Zuri and I practiced together every day. And he was always beating my butt now. I couldn't stop talking to Erica about it at lunch. I don't get it. I used to take him down all the time. Now that idiot is always beating me. Maybe it's because you can't concentrate anymore. Because you have a crush on him. Shush! Of course I don't have a crush on him. Then why are you blushing? And you're always practicing with him now. And we never hang out anymore. Because I have a game coming up. I can't be with you all the time, Erica. But I'll come over today and help you with your science project, okay? I told Suri I wouldn't be making it to practice that afternoon, and he looked annoyed.
To help Erica with a science project? Let's face it, you'll be doing it for her. That girl's dumb.
Zuri, don't talk about her like that. She's my friend.
Trust me, Erica's a lost cause. It's hopeless trying to help her.
Erica came up behind me at that moment and put her arm through mine. Too bad, Zuri. Neo and I are hanging out today. And I'm not a hopeless lost cause. And with that, we walked away. And I went over to Erica's place to help her out. But just as I was leaving Erica's house that night, someone grabbed my shoulder from behind and I screamed.
Neo, chill, it's just me. I live a few houses away.
Who comes and grabs someone's shoulder at night, you weirdo? Why are you out anyway?
Just taking a walk. I was kinda down that you blew off our practice today. I really enjoy playing with you, even though you're a little girl.
A little girl who can play just as good as any guy. Zuri and I ended up walking all around Erica's neighborhood, and it turned out that we had a lot in common besides football. We were so busy talking, we didn't even realize that we'd made a full circle back to Erica's house.
Check it out, she has a tree swing.
Before I could stop him, Zuri jumped on the swing and started spinning like a child. Get down, you idiot, you're gonna break the swing. I ran to Zuri and tried to pull him off, but instead he picked me up and lifted me onto the swing. What are you doing? Put me down! Our faces were so close, and that's when I really noticed Zuri's deep blue eyes. Without another thought, I leaned over and kissed him. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. It was Erica. You do have a crush on him, Neo. I know, because you were always talking about him and blushing, and you couldn't concentrate on football because of him.
Oh my god.
Okay, Erica, we get it. Wait, does Zuri know about your condition? All of a sudden, Erica ran up to me and lifted up my shirt, exposing my skin condition. Neo has a skin condition, but she says it's not a big deal. You'll still like her even though she has a condition, right? Neo's still awesome. My cheeks felt like they were on fire. I wanted to disappear into thin air. I pulled my shirt down quickly and looked at Zuri, who looked shocked. And then he suddenly said,
I should get going.
Zuri walked away faster than I could blink an eye. Angry tears started flowing down my cheeks as I stood there, hating my skin condition and hating Erica. Erica! How could you do that to me? What made you think it was okay to literally show Zuri my skin condition?
It was a test, silly. If he loved you with your skin condition, it would be true love. And if he didn't, that means he's garbage. And now we know he's garbage.
God, you don't understand anything. What's wrong with you anyway?
Nothing's wrong with me, Neo.
Everything is wrong with you. You're 16 years old and in the 8th grade. Yeah, I know that. And you're always bumping into stuff and need help with everything. You're a disaster, Erica. Maybe you should just quit school because I don't think that's helping you. I regretted my words the minute I said them, but I was just so mad. Erica started to cry and ran back into her house, and I walked back home feeling terrible about everything. The next day in school, I was walking down the hallway when I saw Zuri coming towards me, and I instantly turned around to leave, but he caught up with me.
Just wait a second, will you?
No, I will not. I'm gross with my weird skin condition, remember? Just leave me alone like you did last night, thanks.
Neo, I didn't leave last night because you grossed me out. It was just Erica who freaked me out, the way she embarrassed you, even though you guys are like best friends. I didn't want to be around that. I deal with it too much at home.
What do you mean?
My mom is exactly like Erica. She wouldn't even know if her own head fell off. She can never hold a job or be a responsible adult, and she does embarrassing stuff all the time. It wasn't about you, Neo. I'm sorry I made you feel that way. Your skin condition doesn't change anything for me.
Before I could say anything, Zuri pulled me close and kissed me. I was glad Zuri and I had made up, and I wanted to apologize to Erica, but she hadn't come to school. She wouldn't even reply to my texts or calls. When she didn't even turn up the next day, I started feeling restless, and I went to her place after school. But when I knocked on her door, I was really surprised when Dad opened it.
Hey, sweetie, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Is Erica inside?
I don't know, honey. The owners hired me as their real estate agent because they've moved to another state.
Moved? What do you mean? They've already left? Why? He said he had no idea and there was no one else I could ask. Erica just wouldn't pick up my calls and even blocked me on social media. Just like that, she was gone for good. And I never got a chance to say sorry. Zuri tried to cheer me up, but I couldn't stop thinking about her for weeks. I dated Zuri all through high school, and we both graduated at the top of our class. While I held my diploma, I couldn't help but wonder where Erica was, or if she'd ever graduated. I went to a fancy college, and Zuri proposed to me a few years later. Life was good, but over time, my skin condition got worse. I was literally always in pain or itching, and no matter what pill or medicine I took, nothing seemed to work. I can't take this anymore. Please help me find a good doctor. Zuri and I spent days researching top dermatologists in town. One day, as we were searching online, Zuri's phone rang suddenly. It was an unknown number.
Hello? Who is this?
And suddenly, his eyes flew wide as he put the phone on speaker for me to hear too.
Erica? You mean Erica from high school? How'd you even get my number?
I just did, okay? Listen, I have to tell you something. Can you meet me today?
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's meet.
We had no idea why Erica called Zuri, of all people. But I was really curious to find out, and I really wanted to see her again. Zuri and Erica had agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, and when we got there, we found Erica sitting by herself at a table. I walked over with Zuri, and she looked really surprised to see me. Hey, Erica. I'm here with Zuri. We're married now. I came because I really wanted to talk to you.
Sure, but first I want to talk to Zuri. You're welcome to join us. I want you to know too.
What was happening? When we sat down, Erica turned to Zuri.
I wanted to tell you that I'm a doctor's assistant now, even though it took me 10 years to finish.
A doctor's assistant?
I know you've always thought I was a lost, hopeless cause, Zuri.
I never forgot your words, but that's why I wanted to talk to you. To tell you I finished school and I made it. Suddenly, I saw Zuri's eyes fill with tears, and he jumped up from the table and went outside. And I leaned forward and took Erica's hand. Erica, that's brilliant, and I'm really proud of you. Thanks, Neo. You know you were my best friend, right? And you were mine. I've wanted to apologize for everything I said, Erica. But you moved away before I had the chance, and I felt terrible. I was hurt and mad and needed some space. But you know what? I realized that you were right. That school wasn't helping me much all those years. I was a mess, and I was struggling to do anything on my own. So I asked my parents to send me to a special school. Before I could answer, Zuri came running back to our table and hugged Erica.
I'm so sorry I ever made you feel like you were stupid. It's amazing what you've been able to do.
Thanks, Zuri. That's all I wanted to hear. But just at that moment, my skin started feeling all tingly, like it was burning. Minutes later, I felt like I was on fire. I started itching my back like crazy. I have to go to the emergency room. Neo, is it your skin? I work for a dermatologist, and he's amazing. It's because of your skin problem that I knew I wanted to help people in dermatology. I'll get you an appointment right away. Thank you, Erica. You're amazing. And I've missed you so much. Me too, Neo. We have so much catching up to do. But let's get you some help first.
I need you, Diane. Come to my house, ASAP. I need your help. I rushed to his house in a panic. He sat in his bed, looking like someone had died. But Marco didn't have any family, so I asked what was wrong. He said his flash drive had gotten corrupted and he had lost some very important files that he needed for his college scholarship application. I've been working on my application for 5 years. I'll never get the scholarship now. I asked him if there was a solution, and looking at me very thoughtfully, said, "Well, there is one thing you could do." Then he told me that he had a copy of those files on his old flash drive, but that drive was with the girl he dated before me. Unfortunately, he said his ex was crazy. If I ask her, she'll never give it to me. I asked him how he expected me to get it, and he said I'd have to be sneaky. I would have to pose as an applicant to work as her live-in personal maid. I laughed, but he looked dead serious. "You just have to sneak in and get the drive. It'll be in and out." I told him I would consider it. He seemed grateful and showed me his ex. I jumped up in surprise and said, "There is no way on earth that I will speak to that witch again." The crazy ex he was talking about was Frankie. He looked surprised that I knew her, and I told him that I had known Frankie since I was a little girl. She had once been my best friend, but then she became my biggest enemy. Thankfully, in middle school, her family moved away and I never had to see her again. Hearing my refusal, Marco looked devastated. He begged and said his whole life depended on the contents of that flash drive. "Just help me out this once, babe," he begged. "If you can get it, I'll give you my Porsche." I couldn't believe my ears, but I felt like now I could consider the idea. I mean, given the payoff, how bad could it be, right? The answer? Very bad. The minute I walked into Frankie's huge mansion for my interview, she ordered her butler to kick me out. I immediately started crying and made up a story about how I had become homeless. "For the sake of an old friendship, please give me this job," I said sadly. For a minute, she stood silent, and I hoped she had fallen for it. The next second, she laughed at me and said, "As much as I always thought you deserved to be my servant, now that I think about it, I don't even think you're worthy of that, you loser." I started to fake cry and said I'd do anything to get the job. "Anything?" she asked, looking evilly at me. "Yes." "Okay, I'll give you a job if you get my face tattooed on your arm." She laughed and said not to come back unless it was with a tattoo, and then she had her butler escort me out. Outside the house, Marco picked me up, and when I told him what had happened, he said it was only fair that I do what she asked. I told him that he was out of his mind, and he said if I was smart, I could probably plan my own little revenge on Frankie once I was inside her house. Well, he was right about that, and after all, the tattoo could be tiny.
The very next day, I showed up at Frankie's place with a tattoo. She looked like she couldn't believe her eyes, and laughing hysterically, she said, "Wow, you're desperate, aren't you?" She had me doing all sorts of weird and gross things for her. She told her usual cleaning staff that no one needed to do any of their work. "It's all Diane's responsibility now," she laughed. I had to report at 5 a.m., and she would make me hand wash all her clothes. Then she made me clean her toilet. Some days, she left garbage all over the floor and said I had to pick it up with my bare hands. Worst of all, I was her new entertainment. She watched me the whole time, so I had no time to look around for the drive. Finally, one day when she had made me clean the pool, hand wash her delicates, and give her a mani and a pedi, I fell asleep in a corner of the room. I had fallen asleep when a jug of freezing cold water was dumped on me. I jumped up, spluttering. Sure enough, there she stood, laughing at me. But I was so tired, I started to cry for real. I asked her why she hated me. She looked surprised, and after a minute, she softly said, "I don't know. Get out of my face." I hurried away, feeling embarrassed. But to my surprise, she started being less mean to me after that. Once, I was talking to the housekeeper about how much I craved ice cream. "You're such a greedy pig," I heard Frankie say. I turned around and she was laughing at me. I was so embarrassed, but to my utter surprise, Frankie had some ice cream distributed to all the house staff. Does she have a soft spot in her heart for me? I wondered. I decided there was only one way to find out. A few days later, when I was sure Frankie was close enough to hear, I said, "It's been ages since I've seen a movie. My friend said she could give me some, but I can't even afford a flash drive." Unbelievably, that evening, when I went to my room after my daily chores, Frankie was standing there wearing a sexy red dress. She tossed a flash drive into my hands. I could barely hold back my excitement. It was the same drive Marco had described. "You can delete whatever's on that drive. It's useless stuff. My creepy ex-boyfriend left it here." I caught him snooping around my room one day. Imagine that. I have a feeling he was trying to steal my credit cards. What else would he want? I dumped him immediately and had him escorted out of the house. Seriously, being a billionaire can be so hard sometimes. I almost rolled my eyes at her, but I didn't care. I was out. As soon as she left, I snuck into her study to check the drive to see if Marco's essay was in there. To my surprise, it wasn't. Marco would be crushed. But then I had an idea. Marco was always so secretive. He might have put it in a hidden folder. I checked, and sure enough, there was a folder there. But it wasn't an essay at all. Because the folder had been accessed from this computer before, I was able to decrypt the security key and open it. I felt like a genius. I opened it and was confused by what I saw. It was a list of people and their personal information. One quick Google search showed that they were all well-known business tycoons, billionaires, and the wealthiest politicians in the country. They had a folder each with their full profiles and information about their net worth, bank accounts, and other private and sensitive info. I transferred the files to my cloud and called Marco. I could hear the relief in his voice when I told him I had the drive. In 10 minutes, he texted that he was outside. He practically snatched the drive from my hand and dropped me off at my house, saying that he would catch up with me later. Before I could even ask him for his car, he was already gone. But I had other things to do. I rushed to my room and downloaded all the files. I studied their content and waited. I got a call in half an hour. "This is an empty flash drive." I had to hold the phone away from my face. He was shouting so loudly. "Oh no, really?" "I hadn't checked it, Marco, but it's the flash drive you described. She must have deleted your essay," I said. "Damn it, Diane, I need that file." He screamed and hung up. I just stared at the phone in shock. Who was this guy? I had his ex's face tattooed on my arm, and now he was being such a jerk. I decided to spy on him. That night, I crept up to his bedroom window and saw him pacing around the room. Just then, his phone started ringing and he grabbed it quickly. "The profiles are all gone. What should I do?" he yelled. "We have to get rid of them before they expose us, Dad." Dad? Did he just say Dad? And he has to get rid of us? Did he mean me and Frankie? The next day, I knew what I had to do. I called him up and told him I actually had what he wanted. I told him I knew everything about him, and if he wanted the data, he'd have to come see me alone. Sure enough, he showed up right on time and tried to tell me some lame story about how it was a misunderstanding and this was just research for business school. I let him think I was buying it. Out of nowhere, an older man appeared. This must be his father. I was surprised when he rushed forward and grabbed my arms, twisting them so I was forced to my knees. But before they could drag me to the car, the police jumped out from their hiding places and the father and son were dragged away. I was so relieved. I thought this nightmare was behind me, but boy, was I wrong. A week after the incident, I was on my way from my job when a black van cut across my path. Before I knew it was happening, Marco jumped out. "Hello again, sweetheart." He laughed and grabbed my arm and forced me into the van. Soon, I was in a dark room. I had no idea where I was, and I couldn't understand how Marco had gotten away from the police. Suddenly, a door opened and Marco came in. I tried to scream, but he said, "This is a soundproof room. Scream all you want." "Why are you doing this? I thought you loved me." I started to cry, but he couldn't have cared less. He laughed and said, "I chose you simply because you were the only one who could get into her house. I knew her vanity would make her accept you as a maid." I started to cry, and he said he would let me go if I gave him the data. I told him the police had taken it and I didn't have it anymore. He looked furious, and I knew he didn't believe me. He went out to talk to his father. Outside, I heard them arguing, and finally his dad came in. He swore if I gave him the flash drive, he would tell me the truth and help me. How stupid did he think I was? The next day, Marco and his dad decided to move me. They said they were taking me to another safe house. They stopped at a gas station, and I told them I had to go to the bathroom. They were suspicious and eventually let me go. As soon as they turned away, I broke into a run and ducked into the nearest building. It was a gym. I was running frantically, trying to hide, when I ran into someone. The girl screamed and I swore, but when I saw who it was, I gasped. "Frankie!" Seeing me, she rolled her eyes. I was sure she would never help me because I'd quit without notice and I'd taken her flash drive with me. But to my surprise, she looked worried and asked me what had happened. "Marco," I said breathlessly. That seemed like a magic word, and immediately she told me to come with her. On the way, I told her she was right and that Marco had kidnapped me. She looked incredibly sorry and said, "I knew he was bad news. He scammed my father, you know." She was in tears when we reached her house. Inside, she said, "Before his crash, Dad gave me a list of very high-profile businessmen who he had worked with. But Marco stole the list from me. Then he scammed all those people and tried to pin the blame on me." Feeling sorry for her, I decided it was time to tell her. "I have the list." I filled her in on why Marco had sent me to her in the first place. "To make up for it, I have a small gift for you." I revealed that the necklace around my neck had a microchip where I stored the data. Frankie couldn't believe her ears or her eyes when I handed her the chip. She pulled me in and kissed me. I couldn't believe it, but just as I kissed her back, she pushed me away and started laughing like a maniac. "Only you would be so stupid to fall for this," she laughed. "My father he's the one who scammed all those people." "Marco?" She laughed. "Marco is an undercover agent. He must have just managed to make a copy of this list when I realized what he'd done, and then my father had to go underground. When I saw you leave the house with him just after I gave you the drive, I knew I had made a mistake. I had my men follow every move you made after that." I gasped. "Now that I have it," she said, throwing the necklace into the fire, "I can destroy it, and Dad can come back." I tried to leave, but she pulled me back. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded. "Don't you know what happens to people who know too much?" She yelled for her guards to come and get me, but no one came. She called again, and finally the door opened. When she saw who it was, she paled. It was Marco. Now it was our turn to laugh. When Marco had kidnapped me, his boss, who had been pretending to be Marco's father, had told me everything. I ran away because that was the plan. I laughed. This chip was a fake. They have the original files. Immediately, she made a grab for me, but both Marco and I had seen it coming. I ran away from her while Marco tackled her to the ground. She tried to get up and run, but he was too quick for her. Finally, the cops came in and grabbed Frankie. She glared at Marco and demanded to know why he was so set against her family. "Why don't you just leave us alone?" she screamed at him. He looked serious for a minute, and then he said something that left everyone shook. "Remember that man your father scammed about 5 years ago? The one after which you could afford this luxurious mansion? That was my dad." Frankie looked shocked. Marco continued and explained that after the scam, his father had gone bankrupt. "That day, I swore I would bring you down." A week later, news of Frankie's dad's arrest was all over the news. Marco and I, we managed to avoid being named. Now I'm in college and I call myself Julie. I'm still dating Marco, who calls himself Jason. In fact, he just texted me. "I need you, Julie. Come to my house ASAP."
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress-up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys, instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends, and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute mini skirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school, but his reaction was not what I expected. "Whoa, what are you up to?" "Nothing." Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. Hugh was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. "Do you really like him?" "I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long." "And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are?" "You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school?" Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. "You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats." Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him, because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom, and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path. Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, and soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone, including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone. But who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were. Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend? Of course not. He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think you'll keep your secret then? I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So, I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night, but I could see you were online till 1 a.m. I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent me a voice text. Still broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor. Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute. Thanks, I guess. I could marry you right now. On live TV? Yes. Will you marry me? Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't. Why not? Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else. But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed. That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago. His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever. I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. Chase, what are you doing here? Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in. Of course. Where are my manners? Will you have something to drink? Oh, wait, why are you wearing hospital scrubs? Firstly, I'll have just you. And secondly, I'm a neurosurgeon now. I'm just flying in from my last surgery of the day. I have to go back tomorrow. Wow, that's amazing. And wait, what do you mean you'll have me? Suddenly, he kissed me. I've been waiting to do this for years and years. I blushed as Chase lightly brushed a strand of hair from my face. So what do you think? Huh? About what? About picking up where we left off. I think that's a great idea. But let me just grab my pajamas quickly. We laughed as Chase pulled me in for another perfect kiss.